my dear class 10 students. A very warm good morning to you all. How are you all? Hello everyone. How are you my dear kids? Hi Piyush. Okay, so today we will be doing top 100 MCQs. Top 100 MCQs that will do all of your chemistry. You have all the 4 chapters. Basically, whole of your chemistry will be covered by these 100 MCQs. So, try to keep up with me and try to solve as many MCQs as you can. Hello Hemant. Hello. Let me. Okay, shall we start? We have a long way to go. 100 MCQs is actually very long. So let's start. Hi Divyanshu. Good morning. First question. Hello, you cannot. You should change your name to you can. When aqueous solution of potassium iodide and lead nitrate are mixed, an insoluble substance separates out. The chemical equation for the reaction involved is. See, so we know how potassium iodide and lead nitrate reacts. Potassium iodide and lead nitrate. How do they react? Hello Kunal. Hi Divyansh. You should change. B. Everyone is answering B. Okay. So when potassium iodide reacts with lead nitrate, what do we get? We get lead iodide and potassium nitrate. We need to balance this equation, right? Good, Divyanshu. Good. Hi, Divyansh. Okay, so hold on a second. We need to balance this equation, right? Lead is balanced. Iodine is not balanced. Okay, so what we will do? We will add 2 iodine, right? Now, potassium, add just 2 here. Now everything is balanced. Everything is balanced. And which is the reaction that is similar to this one? Yes. Option number B. Yes. So everyone answering B. Yes, you are answering correct. Hello, Casual Gamer Squad. Good morning to all of you. Okay. This is your Ekta ma'am here. Today we will be solving top 100 MCQs that will cover complete chemistry. Class 10th CBSE complete chemistry. Okay. Okay, whatever doubt you have, do mention them. Okay, next question. When sodium bicarbonate reacts with dilute hydrochloric acid, which is the gas evolved? Sodium bicarbonate. What is sodium bicarbonate? This is sodium bicarbonate, right? And when sodium bicarbonate reacts with dilute HCl, which gas is evolved? Yes, tell me your doubt. No, Sharmaji, you are actually on time. We just started. So we will get a salt plus water plus carbon dioxide gas. And the feature of carbon dioxide gas is that it turns lime water milky. Correct? Yes. So the correct answer is C. Casual Gamer answered it correctly. Yes, Hemant also answered it correctly. Good. Next question. Which acid is present in tomato? Yes. Correct. Which acid is present in tomato? Methanoic acid. Methanoic acid is present in what? Bee sting? No. Nettle leaves, right? Nettle leaves and sting. Both have methanoic acid. Acetic acid. Acetic acid is present in vinegar, right? Lactic acid is present in curd. Oxalic acid, yes, oxalic acid is present in tomatoes. Yes. Yes, D. Yeah, D is the correct answer. Next question. The name of the salt used to remove permanent hardness of water. Which among these is used to remove permanent hardness of water? Okay, so which among the following salt is used to remove the permanent hardness of water? The salt is sodium carbonate decahydrate. Or what is the common name of this? Washing soda. Yes, washing soda. Washing soda is used to remove the permanent hardness of water. So what does, yes, correct. So what does hard water have? Magnesium and calcium ions, right? What does sodium carbonate decahydrate does? It reacts with the magnesium and calcium salts. It reacts with the magnesium and calcium salts present in the hard water and convert them into magnesium carbonate and calcium carbonate, and converts them into magnesium carbonate and calcium carbonate. Correct. Ansh answered correctly. Yes, Hemant also answered correctly. Yes, Yashwant's answer is also right. So you guys are answering correctly. Good morning, Yashwant. Next question. Sodium hydroxide is termed an alkali while ferric hydroxide is not. Sodium hydroxide is termed an alkali while ferric hydroxide is not. Why? Firstly, what are alkalis? Alkalis are bases. Alkalis are bases that are water soluble. These are your water soluble bases. Right? For example, potassium hydroxide, sodium hydroxide. Okay? Yes, today will be MCQs only. We will be doing 100 MCQs that will cover complete chemistry. We'll do the explanation also. It's not just MCQs. So your every chapter will be covered today. Sodium hydroxide, both are strong bases. Hi Ariba. So everyone is answering D for this one. That is wrong actually. D is not the correct answer. Now see, sodium hydroxide and ferric hydroxide, in between them, the strongest base is sodium hydroxide. Ferric hydroxide is a very weak base. Okay? Ferric hydroxide is a weak base. So, sodium hydroxide is a base which is soluble in water, while ferric hydroxide is also a base, but it is a weak base, and that's why it is insoluble in water. Okay? And it is insoluble in water. Yes. See, whenever you're reading your questions, my dear kids, remember one thing, your answer lies. For MCQs, your answer lies in the options itself. So, the question asked about alkali, right? This is alkali while this is not. Now your answer lies in the alkali only. Alkali are water soluble bases. If ferric hydroxide is not an alkali, that means it is water insoluble. Simple. But you should also know that sodium hydroxide is a strong base while ferric hydroxide is a weak base, or else you would be marking this one. Option number D, which would have been incorrect. The correct option is option B. Yes, sodium hydroxide is a base which is soluble in water, while ferric hydroxide is also a base which is but it is insoluble in water. Yes. Correct answer is B. Not D, because ferric hydroxide is not a strong base. Yes, Ansh correctly answered. Yes. Yashwant also answered. Hello, Raj. Ansh also answered. Okay. Hemant also answered. Next question. Assertion says reaction of quicklime with water is an exothermic reaction. What is quicklime? Calcium oxide, right? And when you treat calcium oxide, that is your quicklime, with water, what do we get? Slaked lime. We get slaked lime, right? Now, plus lots of heat is released. Second reason is quicklime reacts vigorously with water, releasing a large amount of heat. So yes. Does the reason explain the assertion? Yes, it does explain it, because when quicklime reacts with water, we get calcium hydroxide, which is slaked lime, and large amount of heat is released. That's why it is called an exothermic reaction. Okay, so the correct answer will be option number A. Yes. 1. Yes. Yep, you are answering it correctly. Limestone we call it. Calcium carbonate is called limestone. Good morning, who ate my samosa? Correct. So, yes. Everyone is answering correctly. Good. You guys are prepared for your boards. Next question. The electron dot structure of chlorine molecule is. Firstly, tell me what kind of bond is formed by chlorine molecule. What type of bond? What type of bond is there in chlorine molecule? Yes, unknown, you answered correctly. Option unknown, that, okay. No, unknown, the correct answer is not 1. Harshit answered correctly, okay. Covalent bond, correct. So the bond is covalent bond. And what kind of covalent bond? Single covalent bond, double covalent bond, or triple covalent bond? Yes. So Ansh answered correctly. So every one of you is answering correctly. Done. So it is a covalent bond and it is a single covalent bond. Okay. Chlorine, what is the electronic configuration of chlorine? 287, right? It needs only one electron to complete its octet, right? It needs only one electron to complete its octet. So what it does, it shares one electron with the other chlorine molecule and form a single covalent bond. This is sharing. This is you call sharing. Clear? The correct structure will be this. Single covalent bond means one electron sharing. Single electron sharing. Okay? Single means single electron sharing. Yes, single covalent bond. I believe Divyansh was typing covalent bond, he like covalent bond. Okay, sharing of electrons 287. Correct answer is C. Correct. Next question. A metal ribbon burns in oxygen with a dazzling white flame, forming a white ash Y. The correct description of X and Y and the type of reaction. See, dazzling white, this should click something in you. Dazzling white flame. Which metal burns with a dazzling white flame? Magnesium, right? Magnesium burns with a dazzling white flame. So that means X is magnesium. And what is the reaction? White flame forming white ash. Why? So when magnesium burns in oxygen, what do we get? Magnesium oxide. Magnesium oxide, right? Clear? So that means X is magnesium and Y is magnesium oxide. Yes. First activity, clear. And the type of reaction is, what is this reaction? When two reactants combining to give single product. When one or more than one reactants are combining to give, when two or more than two reactants are combining to give a single product. That is a combination reaction. So this is a combination reaction. Exothermic, yes. Obviously it is exothermic. Combination. See, look in the options. Where you have magnesium oxide, the type of reaction is combination. It is the option, na? We are not making the option. Hi, classy. B, yes. Oxidation, yes, it is oxidation. So it is combination, it is oxidation. Sharma ji answered exothermic and combination, yes. Okay. Done. Next question. Among the following, the metal with the lowest density. Among the following, the metal with the lowest density. Hello, classy. Okay, see, density. What do you know about density? That's how you represent density, right? And density is equals to mass upon volume, right? Density is mass upon volume. Among these, which has the smallest molecular mass? Among these, which has the smallest molecular mass? Sodium, potassium, lithium, the option, in the option itself. Look in the options, please. Yes, sodium, potassium, lithium. Okay, I don't know what you are answering, but it clearly isn't in the options. See, the lowest molecular mass will be of lithium, right? Hydrogen, helium, lithium, atomic number 3, right? Yes, so that's why lithium will have the lowest density among these. I'm not asking in all of the periodic table. Among these I'm asking. So always read your questions, my dear kids. Yes. So everyone answering option A is correct. Why are you answering D? Aluminum. Lithium is the metal with the lowest density. Clear? Yes, Yash Pratap answered A. Classy also answered A. Okay, so your name is Arshi. Next question. Which of the following is an example of endothermic process? Endothermic means heat is absorbed. Heat is absorbed. Formation of slaked lime. Formation of slaked lime, decomposition of vegetable matter into compost, dissolution of ammonium chloride in water, digestion of food. Which among these is an endothermic process? That means you need to give energy. These are a combination of PYQs and the most important questions, my dear kids. B. How do you think B is the correct answer? Okay, let's decode it. Endothermic means energy is absorbed, right? Energy is absorbed when you are forming slaked lime, which is calcium hydroxide. When you are forming slaked lime, which is calcium hydroxide, from calcium oxide, which is quicklime, lots of energy is released. So that means it is not an endothermic process. It is an exothermic process. This is an exothermic process. Okay, compost, when decomposition is happening, yes, when decomposition is happening, normally we consider, that's why we call it decomposition reactions are generally endothermic in nature, because when you are decomposing something, you need to provide energy. But when compost, when vegetable matter is decomposing into compost, what is happening? It is an exothermic process. Energy is released. Energy is released. Correct? No, B is not the correct answer. So anyone who is answering B, that is incorrect. Now, last option, digestion. Some are answering D, digestion. So digestion, whenever you are digesting a food, your food, what do you get energy out of it, or you are giving energy? Do you get energy out of it? When you are digesting your food, you get energy, right? Food is getting converted into energy, right? Yes. So this is exothermic. This is also exothermic. Decomposition also exothermic. Okay, I don't know if you have seen it, right? Whenever there is a lot of biodegradable waste lying around, there will be some sort of heat coming out of it. Okay, that, yeah, you can even visualize it whenever you're walking down the roads or street, in parks also. Somewhere you find these biodegradable pits or some waste where there is all this waste collected, and from that waste you can feel the heat. If you walk close by, you can feel it is warm there. Okay, that warmth that is coming from, because the reaction is exothermic in nature. Okay, that reaction is exothermic in nature. Dissolution of ammonium chloride in water. When ammonium chloride dissolves in water, it breaks down into ammonium ion and chlorine ion. Ammonium and chloride. Okay, so to break it, there is decomposition happening, right? Right? It will break as NH4 positive and Cl negative, okay, in water. And it requires energy, and this process requires energy. So when you are dissolving ammonium chloride in water, it is an endothermic process. That means you need to give energy to it. So it is an endothermic process. So correct answer is option number C. Yes. I hope you understood how we got the option number C as the correct answer. Yes, hi Divyansh, who are you talking to? Okay, next question. In order to balance the following chemical equation, the values of the coefficients x and y. So you have a coefficient x, here, and you have a coefficient y here. You need to balance x and y. You need to put values of x and y so that your chemical equation is balanced. Next one, see, on the product side, how many lead we have? 2 lead, right? So that means this x will be equal to 2. Now on the basis of 2, can we differentiate in the options? Yes, we can do one thing. Yeah, this is not the correct answer, obviously, because the first value of x is 4, right? Among these 3, how can you differentiate? Now see, if we put 2 here, which is 2 Pb, NO3 twice. So lead is balanced, right? What about nitrogen? How many nitrogens we have? 2 and 2, 4 nitrogens. We have 4 nitrogens on the reactant side. So on the product side, we will try to make 4 nitrogens. So y, let's put y as 4. Clear? Now the number of nitrogens is balanced. What about the number of oxygens? How many oxygens we have? 3 times 2, 6, times 2, 12, right? Here, 2 plus 4 times 2, 8 plus 2, that is 12. So that means if we put x equals to 2 and y equals to 4, your reaction will be balanced. So the correct coefficients are, yes. So the correct option is option number A. know who ate my samosa. You should understand it before replying. You know, you can't just copy paste your answer. Tushar, D, how? Oh, D is the incorrect answer. I put a cross in here. It is the incorrect answer. The correct answer is option number A. Yes, you should love it. It is very easy if you do it correctly. When zinc reacts with sodium hydroxide, the product formed is. So this question has been repeated so many times in the previous years, so you should remember it. This one and the reaction of aluminum with sodium hydroxide also, both salts. Okay, so when zinc reacts with sodium hydroxide, we get now what is the name of this? What is the name of this? This name is what they are asking. This name is what they are asking. Yes. Sodium zincate, correct. The correct option is sodium zincate. The name of this product or this compound is sodium zincate. This is your correct answer. What did you answer now to Zanat? What is that? Okay, if aluminum, same reaction with aluminum, we get sodium aluminate. This is sodium aluminate. If instead of zinc we are using aluminum, if instead of zinc the reaction is with aluminum, the product will be sodium aluminate. Clear? Now remember these two salts, they come in your exams, okay, frequently asked. Sodium zincate and sodium aluminate, okay. Next question. Correct option in the following table. Correct option. So matching the natural source with the acid present. Matching the natural source with the acid present. Tamarind have tartaric acid. Tamarind is imli, right? Imli have tartaric acid. Tomato have, we just studied it, oxalic acid. So that means this is correct and this is not correct. Ant sting have what? Methanoic acid. Ant sting have methanoic acid. So this is also not matched correctly. Nettle sting also have methanoic acid. Nettle sting also have methanoic acid. Yes. So that means option 1 and 4 are correct, right? Option 1 and 4 are correct. So the correct answer is option number C. Correct answer is option number C. Yes. Correct. So all of you are answering correctly? Yes. Next question. Washing soda. Which among the following is washing soda? Which among the following is washing soda? So firstly, washing soda. How do you synthesize washing soda? How do you synthesize washing soda? Have you heard of the Solvay process? So you synthesize washing soda, or you can say sodium carbonate, by Solvay process, right? Yes. Correct. Lalit also answered correctly. Hi Bhavani. Bhavani answered correctly. Okay. So, yes, you know. ये नहीं है. Is this not washing soda? ये नहीं है क्या? Is this not washing soda? Option number D. Can I mark it? Will it be correct? Yes. Good. You know that process. So in Solvay process, for those who do not remember it, we take a brine, which is an aqueous solution of sodium chloride, and we put ammonia in it and pass carbon dioxide. So this looks like this. We take a brine and add ammonia to it, and then pass carbon dioxide gas through it, and then we get what? Ammonium chloride plus sodium hydrogen carbonate, which is also called as baking soda, which is also called as baking soda. No, that is not the... Yes. No, why? Because it does not have the water of crystallization. Washing soda have 10 water of crystallization. Clear? Washing soda have 10 water of crystallization, and that's why we cannot say it is washing soda. So this is incorrect. Yes, the correct answer is option number C. Yes. Clear. Next question. The emission of brown fumes in the given experimental setup. You have a setup, right? We have lead nitrate. Again, this is lead nitrate. And we are heating lead nitrate. We are heating lead nitrate. This triangle means we are heating it. And we are getting brown fumes. Some brown fumes are coming out. The question is, what is happening here? Which reaction is happening here? Okay. Produces brown fumes of nitrogen dioxide. Yes, the brown fumes are of nitrogen dioxide. Yes. What does it breaks down as? It breaks down as lead oxide plus NO2 plus O2. Clear? This is brown in color. Nitrogen oxides are generally they are brown in color. Okay, it is totally out of your syllabus. Just for fun, do you know what is the formula of laughing gas? Laughing gas, it is made of nitrogen oxide only, but a different composition. What is the composition? Okay, when lead nitrate, when we do thermal decomposition, yes. Hi Netik. So this is the reaction. What is the setup called? It is thermal decomposition because we are providing heat of lead nitrate. Lead nitrate. What are we getting? We are getting brown fumes, which gives brown fumes of nitrogen dioxide. Okay. Lead nitrate doesn't have brown fumes or color anything. Nitrogen dioxide has brown fumes. Okay. So the option that matches is option number A. Brown fumes of lead oxide. Lead oxide does not give brown fumes. Oxidation, this is not oxidation. This is thermal decomposition. Thermal decomposition. Okay. Good. Who ate my samosa? Divyanshu, remember the question? Yes. Study with Sam's also answered correctly. Hello, Vansh. Okay. So, okay, firstly, let me ask you something. How many type of decomposition are there? This is thermal decomposition, right? There are other type of decompositions also. Can you tell me the different type of decomposition? Next question till then. Now this is the reaction. Zinc reacting with acetic acid, and what are we getting? Zinc acetate, right? Zinc acetate. So samosa, if I call you samosa, मुझे भूख लग जाएगी. I will feel hungry, you know. अभी तो नहीं, during the lunch time. So what are these types? 3 type of decomposition, correct. We have thermal decomposition, right? Yes. Electrolytic and photolytic, right? Using electricity and using sunlight. Clear. Photolysis, electrolytic. Correct, Divyanshu. Okay, so this is a reaction. Zinc reacting with acetic acid. We are getting zinc acetate and hydrogen gas is getting evolved. What is this reaction? The above reaction is decomposition. Is there a decomposition happening? No. Displacement? Yes. Hydrogens are getting displaced by more reactive element, zinc. If you know the reactivity series, zinc lies above hydrogen. Zinc lies above hydrogen in the reactivity series. Thus, it is more reactive than hydrogen and it can displace hydrogen from its compound. It can displace hydrogen from its compound. That's why this reaction is a displacement. Double displacement? No, there is no double displacement. More reactive element displaces a less reactive elements from its compound. That is a displacement reaction. Clear? Okay. So you all are answering B. Good. Next question. An aqueous solution of salt turns blue litmus red. The salt could be the one obtained by the reaction of. So the salt is turning blue litmus red. What does it mean? It means it is an acidic salt. It is an acidic salt, right? Now, if it is an acidic salt, that means it will be formed by the neutralization or combination of a strong acid with a weak base. Strong acid with a weak base, right? So, which among the following is the combination of strong acid and a weak base? Yes, some are answering. Netik, C, how? How C? Acidic salt means strong acid and a weak base. Strong acid and a weak base. Nitric acid, strong acid. Sulfuric acid, strong acid. But sodium hydroxide, potassium hydroxide are strong base. The kind of salt that they will form will be a neutral salt. They will form a neutral salt. Any doubt you have, please write it in the section, chat section. I will answer your doubts, okay? So, HCl, yeah, it is a strong acid, but ammonium hydroxide, is it a strong base? No, it is not a strong base, it is a weak base. So this is the combination we are looking for, strong acid and weak base, and we will get an acidic salt. And only acidic salt or any acid will convert blue litmus to red. Blue litmus to red. Yes. Okay, next question. Again, if you have any doubts, my dear kids, do mention them in the chat section. I will try to answer each and every doubt. Yeah, don't do that. Subah padho. It's a good time to study. You have your exams coming really soon. Okay, the metals which are found in both free state as well as combined state. The metals that are found in both free state as well as combined state. Free state means yes. Okay. So free state as well as combined state means they are very less reactive. Okay, less reactive means they can either exist in their free state as in their native form, okay, or they will exist in their combined state. Okay, gold and platinum both exist in their free state. Both exist in their free state. Again, platinum and silver also exist in their free state. Gold and silver also exist in their free state. But silver does form sometimes as silver sulfide. Silver forms silver sulfide, right? But gold is always existing in its free state. So only one option we have, which is option number C. Yes, copper does exist in a combined state. Mercury, silver, copper, and yes. Mercury kahan hai isme? There is no mercury here. But yeah, mercury, silver, copper, they are the one which are least reactive. Clear? Then after that you have gold, platinum that are. that are non-reactive, okay, they will exist in their free state, okay. Ma'am, may I know your name? Samosa, you do not know my name. Okay. Okay. Question, doubt. My name is Ekta. I'm your Ekta ma'am. Okay. Eku ma'am. Wow. Next question. 4 solutions, namely glucose, alcohol, HCl and sulfuric acid. They are filled in 4 separate beakers. 4 separate beakers. One by one and they are connected one by one in an electric circuit with a bulb. Okay, ma'am, copper is bottom of middle reactivity series and top of least reactivity series, ma'am. Bottom of the middle reactivity series and top of least reactivity series. Sai, frame your question correctly. What are you trying to ask? Copper, it lies above silver only, right? It lies in the least reactivity series, not in the medium one, it lies in the least one. Okay. So yes, which among the following solution, the solution in which the bulb will glow. So bulb will glow in where? Where electricity will pass. And electricity, how electricity passes? For passing of electricity, you need 2 things, ions or electrons. If any of these is there, if any of these things is there, electricity will pass, right? The bulb will glow, right? Glucose and alcohol, both they are organic substances, right? They won't dissociate, they won't give any ions. Alcohol, hydrochloric, alcohol will not give any ion, but hydrochloric acid will give ion. It dissociate as H positive and Cl negative, okay? Because it is a strong acid. Again, sulfuric acid will dissociate as H positive and SO4 2 negative. But again, glucose will not dissociate into any ions. Glucose is not ionic at all. It is not an ionic compound. Before that you have mercury actually. Before that you have mercury, copper. 1 second. Top of the least reactivity series, it actually in the middle it is in the middle of the least reactivity series. Okay, next one, hydrochloric acid and sulfuric acid. So your correct answer is both these, because hydrochloric acid and sulfuric acid will dissociate into ions and these ions will conduct electricity. Yes, Sharma ji, ask your doubt. Any doubt you have, please answer it. So next topper answered correctly. To make washing soda, we add water of crystallization to make washing soda. Yes, platinum is the least reactive metal. It is not reactive actually. Not is least is one thing. Least reactive means they won't react, but it is non-reactive at all. Okay, that's why we make aqua regia, a concentrated solution, 1:3 mixture of concentrated nitric acid and concentrated hydrochloric acid. Only then they are able to react. Okay. Scum, so scum is when you have hard water and you have soap molecules. When soap molecules combine, when you add soap molecule in hard water, a formation happen, that is scum. Now what is scum? So hard water has magnesium, calcium ion. What is soap? Soap is the sodium or potassium salt of fatty acids, right? So what does magnesium and calcium do? They replaces sodium and potassium, and they make this compound that is called scum, where the ions get replaced. You did not understand this question? So nethic scum is because of the hard water and salt and the soap reaction, and form is different. Form is formed when form is missile due to the action of soap. What do you get? These form you get. That is a different thing. Diagram of what you are asking? एक सेकेंड. Yes, Firdaus. One is formed in hard water. Foam is actually just soap. Foam is just soap that is formed in soft water. Clear? That is the difference. And that's all you should know. Scum formation, there is no diagram for scum formation. Only missile formation diagram is there. And that also looks like this. You have oil or dirt, and around it, these soap molecules align themselves in such a way that the hydrophobic tail is attached to the oil and dirt, and the hydrophilic part is outside. It's the outside of the cluster towards the water. Clear? That is missile. There is no diagram for scum. Why a chemistry? Wow, very nice question, Samosa. I will answer your question after some time. Mercury ore. So one name is there whenever there is a mercury ore. Amalgam. Amalgam is an alloy actually. Missile formation. There are so many ores. Cinnabar. Yes, cinnabar. Done. So tell me the ore of aluminum. What is the name of ore of aluminum and iron? Aluminum and iron. Answer those, okay? Next question till then. Assertion says the extraction of metals from their sulfide ores cannot take place without roasting of the ore. What is roasting? Roasting means heating a sulfide ore in excess of oxygen. Heating a sulfide ore in excess of oxygen is called roasting. Reason says roasting converts sulfide ore directly into metals. No. Actually, what happens when you have a sulfide ore and when you treat it with excess of oxygen, it gets converted into oxide. And after the oxide formation, we do reduction. Okay? And that's how we get our pure metal. So the assertion is true. Yes, assertion is correct, but the reason is false. Yes, the reason is bauxite. Yes, magnetite. Yes. Okay, the reason is false. Correct. So the correct answer is option number C. Metal oxides. Yes, it should have been metal oxides. Only then correct hota. The number of single and double bonds present in a molecule of benzene. The number of, yes, everyone answering C is correct. For this question, this is your benzene. Let me draw it for you. This is benzene, right? So, how many number of single and double bonds are present in a molecule of benzene? How many double bonds are there? Yes. There are 3 double bonds and there are 9 single bonds. Calculate it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. How many single and double bonds? This is a double bond 1, this is a double bond 2, this is a double bond 3, right? Now calculate the single bond. 6 CH bonds, right? And then you have 1, 2, 3. 9 single and 3 double. Yes. Correct. So Hemant is back. Okay. Next question. What are you saying sorry for? An iron nail is placed in a solution of copper sulfate. The infamous reaction. The nail is taken out after 15 minutes. What is the color? What will be the deposit on this nail? Let me write the reaction and color change. You have copper sulfate. We dip iron nail in it and we get iron sulfate plus copper. So this is blue color. Copper is brown. I would say reddish brown. This is the iron sulfate that is formed, that is pale green. Clear? So on this iron nail, what color deposition will be there? On this iron nail, what color deposition will be there? D, green. Some are answering D, some are answering B. B, D, B, C. Oh, some are answering C also. So we have the nail, right? Iron, right? On this iron, there will be deposition of copper. There will be deposition of copper. This is actually very pale, okay? This copper will be deposited on the iron nail. On the iron nail. Let me draw it for you. On the iron nail, the deposition will be of copper. And copper is reddish brown in color. So the deposit will be brown. The deposit will be brown. You should remember the color in this one. Again, this is the most frequently asked reaction in one way or other. Copper is deposited. Yes, the copper will be deposited and the copper is brown in color. So the color will be brown. The color will be brown. Okay, next question. Consider the following cases, the reaction in which the product formation will happen. So you are given 4 reactions, okay? Now you need to remember the reactivity series. Calcium and aluminum, which is more reactive? Calcium and aluminum. So let me write the reactivity series. Okay, I have one mnemonic. Please stop calling me a careless zebra. Instead, try learning how copper saves gold platinum. Please stop calling me a careless zebra. Instead, try learning how saves. Okay. I have also IT so difficult having 39 chapters. So everyone is answering D. Yes, actually D is the correct answer. So among calcium and aluminum, which is more reactive? Calcium is more reactive. So can aluminum displace calcium? No, it cannot. No, it cannot. So this won't happen. No reaction. Next one, copper sulfate and calcium. Yes, calcium is more reactive than copper, so it can displace it. Yes, so this reaction will happen. Again, copper is less reactive than iron, so it cannot displace iron from its compound. This reaction won't happen. Last one, yes, magnesium is more reactive than zinc, thus it can displace zinc from its compound, zinc sulfate, and this reaction will happen. So the correct answer is option number B and D. Option number B and D. Option number D actually. Yes. Done. Next question. Which of the following reaction is endothermic reaction? Ain't no way. What is ain't no way? Yes, the correct answer was D. Which of the following reaction is an endothermic reaction? So again, burning of coal, carbon plus oxygen, we are getting carbon dioxide and heat is released. So it is not an endothermic reaction. Decomposition, again, we just discussed it. Decomposition is exothermic. Respiration, when we are doing the process of respiration, energy is getting released. Energy is getting released. It is not endothermic, it is exothermic. Decomposition of calcium carbonate to form quicklime and carbon dioxide. So this is an endothermic reaction. Yes? Decomposition of calcium carbonate to give quicklime and carbon dioxide. So you are giving energy. Okay? Yes. Yes, I know that C was for the previous question. I do remember. Yes, the correct answer is option number D. Endothermic reaction. Okay? Tell me, photosynthesis is endothermic or exothermic? Photosynthesis is endothermic or exothermic? Yes, Sharma ji, correct reaction. No worries, Divyanshu. I know your answer D. Okay. Next question. The oxide which can react with HCl as well as KOH. HCl is a strong acid, KOH is a base. So an oxide that can react with both acid and base. What kind of oxide is that? What kind of oxide is that? Yes, that is an amphoteric oxide. That is an amphoteric oxide. And we have three oxides that are amphoteric in nature. Aluminum oxide, zinc oxide, lead oxide. These three oxides are amphoteric in nature. Yes, amphoteric oxide. And these three oxides are amphoteric in nature. Okay. So, among these, copper oxide amphoteric? No, it is basic. Aluminum oxide, yes, this is amphoteric. Thus, it will react with both acids and bases. Sodium oxide, potassium oxide, both are basic in nature. Both are basic. This one is amphoteric. Clear? Yes. Not exothermic, I would say amphoteric you are trying to answer, right? Yes, the correct answer is option number B. That is the correct answer. Next question. Juice of tamarind turns blue litmus red because of which acid? Tamarind has which acid? We just discussed it. Tamarind have which acid? Clear as glass. Anodizing. So anodizing is actually a process by which you do actually anodizing means you do you make a more reactive element the anode. You make a more reactive element the anode. Okay, that is anodizing. Normally we make the aluminum rod as the anode. No. C. Yes, the option is the correct answer is tartaric acid. Clear? So anodizing actually means when you have any aluminum object, right? So on that you make the layer, a thick layer of oxide layer, thick aluminum oxide layer, so that inside aluminum is safe, right? Sometimes you have seen it to cure any sort of dryness or any sort of wound. we moisturize it or we put petroleum jelly sometimes, okay? So what petroleum jelly does, it makes a thick layer and the inside layer is protected, inside skin barrier is protected. Similar way you protect the metals, okay? Mainly aluminum ke liye we use it. What do we do actually? So we take aluminum, right? It's an electrolytic passage. So basically we make the metal as anode and then we do electrolysis इसके ऊपर, and what happens, there is a thick layer of oxide formation happening, okay? And due to the thick oxide layer, what happens, the inside metal is safe, right? Clear? Yeah, petroleum jelly is Vaseline, right? Okay, so the correct answer is option number C. Next question. Yes, it prevents the inside metal for corrosion. It is one of the method used for prevention of corrosion. Galvanization is also one where you put zinc layer. In anodizing, you just thicken the oxide layer, okay? Thickening of the oxide layer to prevent the corrosion. That is anodizing. Clear? Yes. Next question. Consider the following statement about the homologous series of carbon compounds. All the succeeding members differ by CH2 unit. Okay. You need to figure which of the following actually. Correct. You need to figure out the correct statement. Melting point and boiling point increase with increasing molecular mass. The difference in the molecular masses between two successive members is 16 unit. Firstly, what is a homologous series? A homologous series is a series of organic compounds, right, that has the same general formula, same functional group, right, same chemical properties but show a gradual change in physical properties. Yes. Yes. So nothing, leave it. What are you talking about? Okay. So that is a homologous series and each successive member differ by CH2 unit. So let me write it down. They have same functional group, same general formula, same chemical properties, gradual change in physical properties, show gradual change in physical properties, and last one, successive members differ by each successive member differ by CH2 unit. Now what is the mass of CH2? 1 carbon, 12, 2 hydrogens. That will be 14 atomic mass unit. The difference is 14 atomic mass unit. Yes, yes, correct. Physical properties are different. They show a gradual change in physical properties. So this is the characteristic. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 actually. Clear? The all successive member differ by CH2 unit? Correct. Melting point, boiling point increase with increasing molecular mass? Correct. The difference in molecular masses between two successive member is 16 unit? Incorrect. The difference is 14 unit. C2H2, C3H4 are not the successive member of alkyne series. They are the successive member of alkyne series. Okay. What is the general formula of alkyne? CnH2n minus 2. And these two follow that formula. Fits in the general formula. So this is also incorrect. So these two statements are correct. So the correct statement is option A. A and B. You already have answered it. I wanted to give you an explanation about the homologous series. Next question. Hello Arman. Yes, same molecular formula. 14 atomic mass unit. Correct. Next question. Identify the correct statement about the following reaction. What is happening in this reaction? H2S is getting converted into H2O. That means what is happening? Oxidation. Oxidation, right? Sulfur is getting converted into sulfur dioxide is getting converted into sulfur. That means what is happening here? You need to identify which is the correct statement. See, H2S is getting converted into H2O. That means it is getting oxidized. And if it is getting oxidized, is it an oxidizing agent or reducing agent? If H2S is getting oxidized, is it an oxidizing agent or reducing agent? It is a reducing agent. H2S is a reducing agent, and SO2 is getting reduced. SO2 is getting reduced. That means it is an oxidizing agent. That means it is an oxidizing agent. What are oxidizing agent and reducing agent? See, oxidizing agent are those substances or compounds that add oxygen, okay, that do the oxidation of others and reduces themselves. Clear? A reducing agent is a species that reduces other or provide hydrogen to others and itself gets oxidized, okay, reduces others and oxidizes itself. So H2S is oxidizing. H2S is undergoing oxidation. That means it is a reducing agent. While SO2 is undergoing reduction. That means it is oxidizing others. That means it is an oxidizing agent. Clear? Yes, oxidizing agent SO2, reducing agent H2S. So the correct answer is option number C. Only 17. Natik, what 17? Yes. Next question. Assertion says carbon reduces the oxides of sodium and magnesium. So guys, do like this session, na? Why only 17? Everyone please like this session. Okay, assertion says carbon reduces the oxides of sodium and magnesium, and reasoning says sodium and magnesium have more affinity for oxygen than carbon. Some are answering C, some are answering D. So does carbon reduce oxides of sodium and magnesium? Does carbon reduce oxides of sodium and magnesium? No, it does not actually. Okay, why? Because sodium and magnesium have more affinity for oxygen. They have more affinity. If carbon and oxygen is there, they will react more strongly with oxygen and form sodium oxide and magnesium oxide. Clear? So that means wrong assertion yes and reason is true. So assertion is false and reason is true. Okay? Hey, everyone go and like this session, okay? Give it a thumbs up, like it, okay? I'm watching who is liking or not. Yes, the correct answer is option number D. Affinity means requirement actually, okay? Affinity means need. If I do infinity likes, then I do it for you. Oh, thank you. So affinity, yes, affinity, Hemant, affinity means the requirement, okay? The actually affinity का हिंदी क्या होगा? Let me just affinity. Yeah, it is need actually. They will more strongly react with oxygen than carbon. Okay, they have more. I'm not remembering the exact word. Affinity के लिए simple word will be liking, yeah. Need, liking, yeah. Pyar. Sharma ji said pyar. Mr. Beast भी रोने लगेगा. Thank you, Divyanshu. Okay, so if you're enjoying it, do like it, okay? I hope you are getting some knowledge out of it. That's the aim of this classes. No, Hemant, affinity means liking. It has more liking for oxygen than carbon. That is affinity. Affinity means liking, okay? Yeah, affinity means need or liking. Clear? Next question. Tooth decay. Hey, how many times you brush your teeth every day? How many times you do? And what is the time that is recommended by dentists? Okay. I hope, Hemant, your doubt is clear. Affinity means liking, okay? Tooth decay begins at the pH of. So if our mouth has a basic pH, will our tooth decay? If our mouth has a basic pH, will our tooth decay? Good. Hello, Devdas. To maintain pH, yes. 0? No. 0 pe to you'll burn yourself. Nothing will be staying there. If you put anything that is 0 pH, that will come straight out of your jaw. Hi, Wasim. Yes, on morning it is necessary, but also in the evening also. After eating your dinner, you should always. So, brush twice a day, okay? What does brushing means? Brushes are normally your toothpaste. They are basic in nature, and our enamel needs, outer enamel, that is calcium phosphate, I believe, that is basic in nature, okay? It needs a basic medium to survive, okay? In the acidic medium, what happens? Like to not get corroded, the enamel will get corroded if the pH is acidic. If the pH is basic, the enamel will stay strong as it is, okay? 0 times. Oh my god, why? That is bad for your teeth, yeah? That is bad for your teeth. Okay, so the tooth decay normally begins at a acidic pH. Why? Because enamel degradation, enamel corrosion starts around that pH, and that pH is less than 5.5. Actually, it is less than 5.5. Okay, so that means not 5.8, not 6.5, not 8, it will be 5.1, because this is closer. Less than 5.5 means 5.1. Clear? Yes, it is 5.5, yes, but anything below 5.5 and equal to 5.5, both will do the job, okay? So if 5.5 se niche is there, and if it is 5.5, both will work fine, okay? It reduces the concentration in mouth. We have saliva. Yes, the correct answer is A. अथर जहां से तुम्हें लगे वहीं से हूं मैं. Select from the following process in which a combination reaction is involved. Combination. Black and white photography. The reaction is decomposition. The reaction is this one. Burning of coal. This is a combination reaction, right? This is a combination reaction. Burning of methane. Burning of methane. When you burn methane, CO2 plus H2O plus heat and light. Then digestion of food. Again, decomposition of glucose. That is the digestion, right? Glucose plus oxygen, carbon dioxide plus water plus energy, right? Hold on a second. Let me do something about it. Yes, so the correct answer is A, C, D is incorrect. Yes, the correct answer is option number B. Option number B. Clear? Yes. But why? Sorry. Solder is an alloy of lead and tin. Solder is an alloy of lead and tin. Normally it is used for making electrical fuses. Okay, so it has a really low melting point. So if you're due to overheating or due to any short circuit, the temperature goes below that temperature, if the temperature goes above their melting point, they will melt and the fuse, the switch will fail, right? The switch will fail, and thus the current, the supply will be closed. The current supply will be closed. Okay, that's where you use solder. For soldering also you use it, right? For in fuses and for soldering purposes when you're trying to make a circuit, electrical circuit, right? Motherboard and something. That is where you use it also. Okay, I don't know if you have seen it or not. An engineering student used to do this thing. They have this solder ring machine, chota sa, and then they used some wire which has like really low melting point, and then they melt it and then they use it to join the electrical circuit in motherboard or in computers and everything. Yes, Okay, hello. Okay, so samosa. Hi samosa. Next one. Which of the following is an alloy of copper and tin? Copper and tin. Hello Anmol. So copper and zinc, there is one, and then you have copper and tin, that is also one. Copper and zinc makes brass, and copper and tin makes bronze. The bronze medal that is given to our athletes in sports. Majorly you get that there. So it is not brass. This copper and tin is bronze. Some are answering B, some are answering C. Copper and zinc is brass, na? Copper and tin is bronze. Copper and tin is bronze. Yes, so the correct answer is C. Yes, it is bronze, not brass. Brass is copper and zinc. Copper and zinc. Read the question. It is copper and tin. Which of the following is an alloy of copper and tin? Okay, copper and tin. Next question. The products formed when aluminum and magnesium are burnt in presence of air. One more example of what athar. Athar, किसका example you want? Last question में everyone is answering wrong. Copper and tin का alloy is bronze, na? Not brass. Yes. Okay. This one question: aluminum and magnesium, when they are burnt in air, what do we get? Magnesium oxide and aluminum oxide, right? Magnesium oxide and aluminum oxide. So what is the formula of aluminum oxide? Al2O3, right? And magnesium oxide is MgO. Magnesium oxide is MgO. This is the correct answer. B is the correct answer. Yes, Kavya, you are right. Yes, Hemant's answer is also right. Correct. Sumit, A kahan se? Answer is B. Al3O4, MgO2, how do you make? Like, you know how to write formulas, right? You know how to write formulas. Magnesium has a valency of 2, oxygen has a valency of 2, then you crisscross it, right? Crisscross karoge to it will become MgO, right? Okay, next question. Okay, yeah, if you want the PDFs of all these lectures, all these questions, you should go join the WhatsApp channel. All the PDFs will be uploaded there. Apart from that, you will get the PDFs for all the previous classes also. Okay, So just go there and join this WhatsApp channel, Deeksha Vedantu class 10. Okay. Next question. The following table shows the pH value of 4 solutions A, B, C, D. When I react with H2O, it forms Al3O4. So you're not treating Sharma ji. The reaction was with oxygen. The aluminum was reacting with oxygen, not water. Okay. So when it is reacting with oxygen, it will form aluminum oxide, and that is Al2O3. Okay. Al3O4 will form, बनता है Al3O4. Al3O4 will form actually doesn't. Al3O4 कभी बनेगा? नहीं बनेगा. Nope, it won't form. Yes, so जरूर कितना sample paper solve करना चाहिए. So नैतिक focus on the last 5-year question paper, 5-year sample paper, ठीक है? And PYQs में focus on the last 10 years. उससे ज़्यादा don't go. That is more than enough. Thermite reaction में क्या बनता है हेमंत? So thermite reaction में we get molten iron. Okay, when iron oxide reacts with aluminum, we get aluminum oxide and molten iron. There also we are not getting Al3O4. Aluminum always form oxide as Al2O3. Okay, so we get molten iron, and that molten iron is used to join the broken railway tracks. Okay, so the correct sum. Okay, now we are answering D. A, B, C, D. The sequence is A, B, C, D. A कहाँ है? A is 5. That means A is a weak acid. It is close to the neutral one, right? A is a weak acid. Next is B. B is neutral. Weak acid, neutral. Weak acid, neutral. यहाँ तक ये 3 options. These 3 options are same, right? They all have weak acid, neutral, weak acid, neutral. Next one, as C is a strong acid. C is a strong base, sorry. C is a strong base again. Then this option is incorrect. Among C and between C and D, strong base, clear. Last one, D, 3. D is a strong acid. D is a strong acid. That means the correct answer is option number D. Correct answer is option number D. Okay, ask your doubt, mini moment, right? Yo, ask your doubt, whatever doubt you have. D, yes. C is wrong. D, correct. Next question. Consider the following reaction. Dilute hydrochloric acid reacts with sodium hydroxide. Let me write the reactions for you. HCl reacts with sodium hydroxide. What will you get? Sodium chloride plus water, salt plus water. Similarly, magnesium oxide reacts with hydrochloric acid. Again, this is a basic oxide, base and acid, right? So we will get magnesium chloride plus water. Carbon dioxide also reacts with sodium hydroxide. This is an acidic oxide, non-metallic oxide. They are acidic in nature, right? Then you get Na2CO3, sodium carbonate plus H2O. So what is the common thing here? In each of these reactions, we are getting salt plus water, salt plus water, salt plus water, right? So that means fear of board. So that means the correct answer is option number A. Salt and water. In all these reactions, what is the common thing? Neutral salt? No, because this is a neutral salt, this is a basic salt, right? This is a basic salt. Hydrogen gas? No, hydrogen gas is not evolved. Acidic salt? No acidic salt here, okay? Either neutral or basic salt we are getting. So salt and water. So Hemant, for your class 10 CBSE boards, the only oxide that they deal with is Al2O3. Okay, so do not worry. Wherever question comes regarding the aluminum reaction with oxygen, make it Al2O3. No marks will be deducted for it. Okay, in CBSE they only want you to remember this oxide. Okay, that reaction is totally different. Next question का answer B, already predicted it. हाँ, बहुत शातिर हो रहे हो. Okay, hold on a second. Where is? Okay, it's not scrolling. Hold on a second. Question doubts का doubt. Okay, so I think you doubt. Okay, question क्या है? Okay, JEC board, my exam from 4th of Feb. Oh, that is closer. Okay, so one of you has doubt about electrolytic refining, right? So what is electrolytic refining? So it is used to extract metals of medium and least low reactivity. Medium and low reactivity. Okay, what do you do? Refining, right? You are purifying the metal. You have the metal, but you are purifying it. Okay, so how do you purify it? Radhe Radhe. So how do you purify it? Actually, you make a solution of that metal. You make a solution of that metal salt. Okay, you make a soluble salt solution of that metal. Normally that one is copper here. Okay, if we take copper, we make a solution of copper sulfate and we put two rods, anode and cathode, and we connect them to electricity. Clear? Connect them to electricity. Clear? So the anode is normally taken as the impure metal rod. The impure metal rod is taken as the anode. This is the anode. And the pure metal rod is taken as the cathode. Clear? And then you have a solution, salt solution. So actually what happens is when you pass the electricity, this rod start breaking. Anode, the impure metal rod will start breaking. Chota chota powder karke, it will come in the salt solution, right? From the solution, from the copper sulfate solution, equivalent amount of copper will get deposited on this rod. Okay, so when you pass electricity, what will happen that this anode will start breaking down, and if anode is breaking down, this copper is getting into the solution, right? From this solution, equivalent amount of copper will get deposited on the cathode. Okay, and that's how. So this rod will get thicker and thicker. This rod will get thicker and thicker. Okay, let me use a different color. This rod will get thicker and thicker, and this rod will break down. This rod will break down completely. Chota hote hote, like it will disappear after some time. Okay, if you let the current pass for sufficient time. So that what happened here? The impure metal rod is getting converted into pure. Refining is happening, right? The impure metal rod has some impurities, right? Gangue and dust particles or something else. It get deposited in this salt solution. And from this salt solution, an equivalent amount of copper will get deposited on the cathode. Always remember, the impure metal rod is made the anode. Impure metal rod is made the anode, and the pure metal rod is made the cathode. I explained it, but I'll explain it again, don't worry. Next question till then. Reaction between two elements A and B. Okay, Atharva, so prepare it. Reaction between two elements A and B forms a compound C. A loses electrons, B gains electrons. When electrons are getting lost, when A is losing electrons, what do we get? A cation, right? If electrons are less, positive charge will be more, right? We will get a cation, right? The impurity settled on the bottom of the anode cell called anode mud. So first of all, whose doubt was about electrolytic refining? Is it clear now? Hemant, was it your doubt? So yes. Then B gains electron. If B is gaining electron plus electron, so it will have more negative charge. We will get an anion. This is an anion. And which of the following properties will not be shown by compound C? When these combine, we will get a compound called C. Now C is an ionic compound. C is an ionic compound. Which properties will not be shown? Not be shown, okay? It has high melting point. Yes, ionic compound. So, will it has high melting point? Yes, it will have high melting point. It will have high melting point. This is correct. We are looking for the incorrect statements. We are looking for the incorrect statements, right? Next is, it is highly soluble in water. Yes, ionic compound are highly soluble in water. Why? Because ionic compounds have ions, and water is also polar, right? It has poles. It also has H positive and OH negative, right? So both are soluble. So your ionic compound are soluble in water, okay? It has weak electrostatic force of attraction between its oppositely charged ions. That is incorrect. That is incorrect because it has strong. It is one of the strongest forces. Electrostatic attraction is one of the strongest forces, okay? So that means the incorrect statement is option number C. It conducts electricity in its molten state or aqueous solution. Yes. For ionic compounds, they do not conduct electricity in their solid state. They conduct electricity in their molten state or aqueous solution, because only in that state they have free ions. Only in that state they have free ions. Okay. So the option is C. Correct answer is C. Hi Sumit. Array guys, focus. You need to study. We are solving questions here. Next question. Again, the metal obtained from their molten chloride by the process of electrolytic reduction. Electrolytic reduction. Answer this question. Okay, the molten chloride. Okay, firstly, we have the metal forming molten chloride. Chloride. Which metals form their, which metals exist as their molten chlorides? Which metal exists in chloride form actually? You have sulfide carbonate, right? Chlorides are the metal of highest reactivity. Metal of highest reactivity, which is highly reactive metals. Highly reactive metals. Now, highly reactive sodium, potassium, right? They will exist in their chlorides. They will exist as their chlorides. Okay? Yes, samosa correct. Focus, guys, focus. Yes. Sodium and iron. Actually, no. Okay, focus. D ka hai? D is not in, D is incorrect. D is incorrect. Oh. Gold and silver, they do not exist as chloride. Why? Because they are not reactive at all. They will exist in their free state. Calcium and magnesium, yes, they will exist as chloride. Why? Because they are reactive. They are reactive. Aluminum and silver, aluminum maybe, but it does not exist as the chloride. But silver is clearly not reactive at all. It is least reactive, okay? It will exist in free state. Sodium, yes, sodium will exist as chloride, but iron is very less reactive. It is not reactive at all. It won't exist as chloride. So the correct answer is calcium and magnesium. Yes, B. Again, A, C, D is incorrect. Correct. So the correct answer is option number B. No, It's a class. Maintain the decorum. Please study, huh? You have exams coming on. Okay, next question. Assertion says decomposition reactions are generally endothermic reactions. Decomposition reactions are generally endothermic reactions. Decomposition of organic matter in compost is an exothermic process. First statement, assertion says, yes, decomposition reactions are generally endothermic. Why? Because when you are decomposing, when you are breaking any bond, you are providing energy. You are providing energy, right? So that means it is endothermic. Clear? Now, decomposition of organic matter, yes, it is an exothermic process. We just discussed it. It is an exothermic. Whenever decomposition is happening, it is exothermic. Clear? We will reach there mini moment. Do not worry. Okay? I remember I need to, I will tell you the diagram of the missile formation. Do not worry. Explaining the assertion? No, it is not. It is not. So the correct answer is option number B. Option number B. Any doubts you have? Okay, let me answer the one doubt, missile formation doubt. Yes, Netik, shout out. You answered first. Okay. So, I believe one of you had a doubt about mini moment, right? Soap and detergents. What do you want exactly? Missile formation, one of you were asking. So, if you have an oil or dirt particle, around that dirt or oil particle, what happens? This is soap. This is soap. Soap have a hydrophilic head. That means the head is water loving and the tail is hydrophobic. Tail is hydrophobic. So what happens when they see an oil or dirt particle, okay, what will happen? This hydrophobic part, this is not water loving, right? This is water fearing part. This will come straight and gets attached to this oil particle, okay? Gets attached to this oil particle. Clear? And outside there is water. Okay, how do you wash it? You dissolve the detergent or soap in water, right? So there is outside there are water particles, water molecules. So this head, which is water loving, will arrange itself towards the water particles. Clear? Similarly, all the soap molecule will arrange themselves around the oil or dirt particle in similar way. This is a missile. This is a missile. This structure, this shape is called, this cluster is called missile. Now, how do you remove the missile from your clothes? This means that your cloth, whatever dirt particle was there, it is now formed a missile. Now, how do you remove missile from your clothes? By agitation. By agitation. Now, what is agitation? So, basically, you take a bat or you literally wash with your hands or, patak ke clothes you wash, right? That is agitation. Physical force. Physically, you implement the force and because of that, this leaves our clothes, okay? This leaves our clothes. This gets washed away. And then you put that in excess water. Firstly, you do pata, right? You have a bat and then you beat your clothes. And after beating your clothes, even in washing machine also, it is agitation you're doing, right? And then you add excess water so that this firstly it gets separated from your clothes and after that it gets washed away. Firstly, it will get separated from your clothes and after that it will wash away with excess of water. Clear? It will wash away with excess of water, right? And that's how you get clean clothes. And that's how you get clean clothes. Clear? Okay, I hope your doubt is clear. Soap formed scum on its surface. That is your doubt. Soap forming scum. Wasim, what is your doubt? That depends. Hard water is not always groundwater. Okay, somewhere you can find hard water from the ground that does not have magnesium or calcium ions. That depends on you. That's your choice. So you should decide it yourself. Nothing. Next question. Any doubt you have, do ask them. Okay. The formation of magnesium oxide is correctly shown in the option. Are they visible? Right. So magnesium and oxygen. Magnesium and oxygen. MgO. Firstly, what is magnesium oxide? MgO. That means only one magnesium and one oxygen. Right. So where do we have? Here we have 2 oxygen. This is not correct. Here we have 2 magnesium. This is not correct. This one. Magnesium and oxygen. But magnesium has 2 plus charges. Right. Magnesium forms 2 positive and oxygen has 2 negative. Right. Oxygen always forms double bond, right? Oxygen always forms double bond. So that means the correct answer is option number A, not C. C is not correct because we have 2 oxygens. Yes, the correct option is, yes, the correct answer is option number A. Kavita is saying NDA. Yes, Sharma ji, ask one, no, ask 2, 3 questions. You can ask. Everyone can ask questions. No, D2O is not hard water. D2O is heavy water. It is not hard water actually. D2O is heavy water. Are you pick nomenclature you want? We have questions about that. Yes, B, C, D is incorrect. Next question. Tooth enamel is made up of calcium hydroxyapatite. Calcium hydroxyapatite. So the chemical starts corroding in the mouth when the pH is. Answer this question. When the pH is. Let me drink my tea. Question. No, it is not the same question. It's a different question. Yes. So, this chemical starts corroding in the mouth when the pH is less than 5.5. Right? And which among these is less than 5.5? It is C. Clear? The question is framed differently. That is the thing. The question is framed differently. Yes, sure, Divyanshu. I will give a break after 50 questions, okay? Next question. The correct balanced chemical equation showing exothermic reaction in which natural gas burns in air. Firstly, natural gas is CH4, methane, right? If it is burning in air, which is oxygen, what are we getting? We are getting carbon dioxide plus water plus heat. Or you can say energy. Plus lot of heat and light, combustion, right? Whenever you are burning methane or any natural gas, you see light, right? Heat and light, or you can say energy, right? If you balance this equation on your own, oxygen, 3 oxygens on the product side, only 2 oxygens on the reactant side, right? 4 hydrogens, 2 hydrogens. So firstly balance the hydrogens. Hydrogens are balanced. Now let's see the oxygen. 2 and 2, 4 oxygens. So we'll just do 2 here. Now oxygens are balanced, hydrogen is balanced and carbon is balanced. Which is the reaction? CH4 plus 2O2 gives CO2 plus 2H2O plus energy. Clear? This is also balanced, but there is no energy released. The energy will be released because it is an exothermic reaction. Yes. Combustion reaction, correct. Not. Yes. वही पढ़ाई करो guys, पढ़ाई is more important. The correct answer is option number D. Clear? So Sharma ji, graphite has 1 free electron. It is in the structure actually. Graphite has 3 electrons. The carbon that are in graphite, they are trivalent. They have formed 3 bonds. So they have 1 extra electron. And due to that extra electron, they can conduct electricity. While in a diamond, we have the carbon that is tetravalent. Carbon has formed 4 bonds. So there is no extra electron for electricity conduction. And that's why diamond cannot conduct electricity, while graphite can, because of that one extra electron. Yeah, it is also slippery. Why? Because the layers, it exists in these hexagonal layers. The graphite exists in these hexagonal layers, and the distance between these layers, distance is very much, okay? Distance is large. This distance is large, okay? And the intermolecular force is only weak covalent bond. The intermolecular forces are weak intermolecular forces. The intermolecular forces are weak. That's why if you put thoda bhi energy, if you put little bit of force on this upper layer, it will slide away. It will slide away. Functional group. So functional group, basically it consists of different atoms, okay? Different atoms or compounds that give characteristic chemical reactions, okay? They show characteristic physical properties and give characteristic chemical reactions. For example, one oxygen and hydrogen combine OH, this becomes an alcohol group. This is an alcohol group. Clear? So when atoms or compounds combine, that they form a functional group. They show characteristic chemical properties and physical properties. Heteroatom is an atom that, except carbon and hydrogen, whatever atom you have, that is a heteroatom. Sulfur, oxygen, nitrogen, phosphorus, these all are your heteroatoms. Samosa, I don't know. Obviously you will die if you eat a big enough diamond. You will choke on it and you will die. Do not do that. Saponification and esterification reaction will come, do not worry. At least in your class I've done it. Namaskar Arambian. Can you predict 5 marks for chemistry? Let me think. I can try, but I don't know exactly. I can predict the chapter or topic maybe from which it might come. Actually, I can give you 2-3 topics or chapter from which 5 marker question will come, because I have seen the pattern. The 5 marker mostly come from either your which first chapter, no, third chapter, from metals and non-metals. The 5 marker question majorly comes from them. Yeah, do not eat, even if you do have the diamond, do not eat that. Ethanol bro, ethanol, this is ethanol. CH3 CH2 OH, beta, this is ethanol. This is ethanol. Yes, Arambian, jarur. I'll tell you the paper, na. Board में जाने का ज़रूरत ही नहीं है. Simple. No need to go to the board exam. We can predict the paper here only. Do not do that, okay? We're not doing the paper leak or anything. Okay, Hemant, you have the paper? Okay. Let me contact the cops. Next question, topic, Seema. Topic. Metals and non-metals say mostly questions come, or your 4-5 marker, they will come from the carbon and its compound. These 2 chapters, they have shown. So majorly the portion I have seen, that is from metals and non-metals, okay? From metals and non-metals, good 4-5 marker question can be made. Similarly, your carbon and its compound, from that also you can get the questions. Root. Arey bapre. Samosa, do not eat. Your name is so cute, Samosa. You eat samosa for your lunch, okay? Yes, Hemant. Give one topic. Let me think. Okay, the one topic is extraction of ores. That whole table and all the processes and whatever processes you use, everything. That one topic. That is one entire topic from which the question will come of each type. Okay, extraction of ores. या सैलरी नहीं बता रही. Why will I tell you my salary if you are not paying me? Okay. Comatose. What is comatose? Yeah, Raju Gamer has some sense. No, it is not incorrect. C2H5OH is not incorrect. See, this is ethanol, right? CH3CH2OH. Now count the number of carbons, 2 carbons. So I can also write it as C2, 3 and 2, 5 hydrogens, H5, and it has 1 OH. That is a shorthand way, okay? One is condensed formula. The other is Nikola Tesla and Albert Einstein. Madame Curie. Neither of them Madame Curie, okay? Okay, next question lagao na. Okay, next, let's move on to the next question. The warning signs shown in the following figure must invariably be displayed or pasted on the containers which contain hydroxide of. Which among these is the most toxic or corrosive oxide? Most corrosive oxide. This means it will burn your fingers. Burning and irritation. This is burning actually, okay? Your finger will burn. Do not Sure. The correct answer is yes, sodium. Because sodium hydroxide is highly toxic, highly corrosive actually. Okay, it can cause burning, irritation. Clear? Yes, so the correct answer is option number B. Good. Clear? You magnesium hydroxide to we drink now. We can drink it. Magnesium hydroxide is an antacid, right? Milk of magnesia. Background voice is bad. Let me do something. Is it really bad? Background. Hold on a second. The voice is fine. You guys are just doing drama at this point. Yep. Next question. The body of human beings works within the pH range of. Us humans work better in which pH range? We humans work best in a slightly basic pH, slightly alkaline, or you can say slightly basic pH. Okay, now that is the range 7 to 7.8. That is the range 7 to 7.8. What is the pH of our blood, human blood? Some are saying C, some are saying D. Okay, so the human body works best in the pH range 7 to 7.8. Yes, Natik, I will teach you, okay? Do not worry. Okay, what were you saying? Unfiltered? Yes, human blood has a pH of 7.4, slightly alkaline. Such may... What kind of voice are you hearing? I don't know. Maybe just rejoin it. Just leave it the live and rejoin it, because I heard it. There is no voice coming. Yes, the correct, yes, C is the correct answer. Okay, ABD is incorrect, correct. If lower than that, we will die, right, ma'am? Yes, because most of our enzymes won't work. Okay, life processes chapter you have studied, right? So there everything works in a certified, in a determined pH. Okay, if you go below and above that, you will feel, okay, when temperature also, it is a maintained temperature. Our body works fine at 36 degrees Celsius or 98.4 Fahrenheit. Okay. So anyone that is having a voice issue, just go and just leave it and rejoin it, okay? And then you will see there is no issue, because I have heard it, there is no issue coming. Next question. Aluminum powder is used in thermite welding because, what is the reason? What is the reason? Thermite reaction, right? This is the thermite reaction. As aluminum is more reactive than iron, it will displace iron from iron oxide, and we will get aluminum oxide plus melted iron. This is molten. This is molten, which is melted iron, right? Plus lots of heat. Plus lots of heat. So the major reason why we are using aluminum powder, is when it is heated with iron oxide, molten iron is obtained, and this molten iron is used to join railway tracks. Its reaction with iron is highly exothermic. Yes, it is, but that is not the main reason we are using it. We are not using it for the heat. We are using it for the molten iron. Clear? When it is heated with iron oxide, molten aluminum oxide is obtained to join railway tracks. Obviously, we are not using molten aluminum oxide, we are using molten iron. Its melting point is low as compared to iron and a molten alloy of iron. And aluminum is formed on heating. That is incorrect. That is incorrect. There is no molten alloy of iron and aluminum is getting formed. We are just getting... Are bapre. Yes. Yes. Some are answering C. No, C is not the correct answer. Molten aluminum oxide. You're not getting molten aluminum oxide. We are getting molten iron is formed, not molten aluminum oxide. We are getting molten iron. This is the reaction. Molten iron is getting formed. Clear? Yes. So the correct answer is B, not C. Next question. Two metals, zinc and tin, are dissolved separately in definite proportion in molten copper. Okay, so you need to name the alloys when copper and zinc, we mix copper and zinc, and we mix copper and tin. What is the name? What is the name? Okay. Yes. So when copper and zinc combines, we get brass. When copper and zinc combine, the alloy formed is called brass. And when copper and tin combines, the alloy form is called bronze. The alloy formed is called bronze. Clear? Yes, so the correct answer is B, brass and bronze. I hope there is no doubt in this one. Good. Next question. Propanol and propanone are structural isomers. Now, propanol and propanone both have the same molecular formula. Firstly, you should know what is propanol, what is propanol. So, this is propanone. This is propanone. And this is propanol. Okay, now count if they are structural isomers, and the reason is because they have the same molecular formula. Firstly, you should know what are isomers. Isomers have same molecular formula. That means same number of atoms. Okay? And different structural arrangement. For example, I am human, right? I have 2 hands, 2 legs, 2 ears, 2 eyes, right? These, my molecular formula, if I want to write, I can write eyes to 2 hands, hands to and legs to, right? If similar compound, similar human I have, other human I have, that have who have the same things, 2 eyes, 2 ears and everything. But let's say hypothetically, if they have in place of the eyes they have the hands, and in place of the hands they have the ears, right? So they have the same molecular formula, but they are not like me, they are not human, right? That is a different thing. Clear? That is a very bad example, but I hope you get what I am trying to say. So isomers are molecules that have the same molecular formula, that is the same number of atoms. Clear? How many carbon? 1, 2, 3 carbons. How many hydrogens? 3, 5, 6 hydrogens and 1 oxygen. Clear? Here we have 1, 2, 3 carbons, 3 and 3, 6 hydrogens, 3 carbons, 6 hydrogens and 1 oxygen, right? Same molecular formula, but the arrangement is different. It has CO, CH3 on the each side, and in between it has CO. And here this CHO is at the end. CHO is at the end. Clear? Right? So propanol and propanone, they have the same molecular formula. Reasoning is correct, and they are structural isomer. Yes, because the arrangement is different. Only the structural arrangement is different. Clear? They are structural isomers. Clear? So that means assertion is true and reasoning is the correct explanation of assertion. The correct answer is option number A. Sharma ji answered correctly. Ma'am, on my t-shirt it is written master teacher, I believe. Deeksha Vedantu master teacher. Okay. A, yes. Yes. Yes, correct. White washing किसके solution से होती है? CA और COH twice, NCERT में COH twice है. Basically, white washing is done using calcium hydroxide and then it gets converted into calcium carbonate on treatment with carbon dioxide. So basically, you put a layer of calcium hydroxide and then it gets converted into calcium carbonate, okay? Because of that, if you do the white washing, it will get converted into little yellowish, it will turn after some days. That is calcium carbonate due to the action of carbon dioxide on calcium hydroxide. Clear? Okay. I am from Kashmir. पढ़ लो guys, पढ़ लो. Everyone, kids, please study. You have your boards coming really soon. We are 4 questions away, then we'll have a little break. Assertion says nichrome is an alloy which is commonly used in electrical heating devices such as electric irons, toasters, etc. Okay, nichrome. What is nichrome actually? It is an alloy of nickel, chromium, right? Nickel and chromium ka alloy, right? The resistivity of nichrome is high and its resistance decreases with increase in temperature. Firstly, nichrome is an alloy of nickel and chromium that is most commonly used in electrically heating devices. So when you supply electricity, what will happen? They have so much resistance that they will increase the temperature, okay? They will not conduct electricity, right? Resistance means obstruction to electricity. There is no conduction of electricity, that is resistance. There is obstruction to electricity, right? So nichrome has so high resistance that it will not let the electricity pass, not conduct the electricity. Then what will happen? It will start heating. And you use that heating for as toasters and electrical irons. For ironing your clothes we use that, right? So I would not suggest, never do that. But if it is on mild heat, the press, if you do touch the surface, they will not you won't feel any electric shock, okay? That is because it has really high resistance, really high resistance. Yes. Hi Shivam Singh. Ha Dhruvi, ask your doubt. Okay. Now the resistivity, yes, this is incorrect because with increase in temperature, the resistivity increases. It does not decrease. The more you increase the temperature, the more resistance will be, okay? So that means assertion is true and the reasoning is false. So how many of you have answered C? Sharma ji answered C. Only Sharma ji is answering. Hello Shivam. SEMA, difference between baking soda. This is baking soda, sodium hydrogen carbonate. And when you heat baking soda, we get we get sodium carbonate. And when we add 10 water of crystallization to sodium carbonate, we get washing soda. So there is your difference. Plus this is used for cleaning or as a detergents or in soaps, while this is used for baking purposes, right? Kavya also answered. Dhruvi. Next question. Which of the following substances when dissolved in equal volume of water will have the highest pH? Highest pH means the solution will be basic. So which among these is the strongest base? Acid, done. In between magnesium hydroxide and sodium hydroxide. Which is strong? Sodium hydroxide, right? Sodium hydroxide is strong, right? So the correct answer is yes. The correct answer is D. So equal volume of water, if we add sodium hydroxide, equal volume of sodium hydroxide and equal volume of water, the highest pH will be of the solution that has sodium hydroxide. Clear? Yes. Correct. D, correct. Yes, Adya. Netik, I am taking your name. You are not answering the questions. Please answer the questions. Next question. When excess of carbon dioxide gas is passed through lime water, the milkiness disappear. So firstly, this is lime water, right? And when you pass carbon dioxide through it, we get milky, this calcium carbonate, which is milky. This is called lime water turned milky. This is milky. Clear? Now the excess, there is excess of carbon dioxide. If we pass much more carbon dioxide, excess of carbon dioxide, then you have also water here. Clear? What do we get? Calcium hydrogen carbonate. This is milky. That means it is insoluble. But calcium hydrogen carbonate is soluble. It is water soluble. So check which option matches this assumption. Insoluble calcium carbonate converts to water soluble calcium bicarbonate. Clear? Water soluble, this is not water soluble, insoluble, incorrect. So yes, you have insoluble calcium carbonate. This is insoluble, this is not soluble in water. And if we pass excess of carbon dioxide through it, it gets converted into calcium hydrogen carbonate or calcium bicarbonate. Sodium hydrogen carbonate, sodium bicarbonate, right? So similarly, if you have calcium hydrogen carbonate, it is called calcium bicarbonate, and that is water soluble. This is water soluble and this is water insoluble. Clear? Okay, who answered? B, clear. Adya, the answer is B. I hope you get it now. B, colorless. Yes, from milky color to colorless, obviously. Okay, Natik, I took your name. Kush. Next question. In the reaction of aqueous solution of barium chloride with aqueous solution of sodium sulfate, the aqueous solution formed will be. So you have barium chloride reacting with sodium sulfate. We get barium sulfate, white PPT of barium sulfate and sodium chloride. Question asked the aqueous solution formed, the aqueous part. Which will be the aqueous part? This is the aqueous part? No, it is the insoluble part. This is the precipitate. It will form the insoluble part, right? So that means NaCl will form the aqueous part. This is the insoluble part. And this is the soluble part. Soluble part or the aqueous part. Clear? Yes, so the correct answer is D. break. Yes, 5 PPT NaCl. Okay, so yes, let's take a 10 minutes break, right? And then we'll start with the rest 50 questions. Till then, any doubt you have, keep them ready or write them in the comment section. I will try to start the class by answering your doubts, okay? Any doubt you have, and no worries, Netik. Sharma ji is more excited about the doubt. ऐसा नहीं होता है, this is wrong. Yes, break, clear. After 10 minutes, 12:10, come at around 12:20, okay? Take a 10-minute break, and if you have any doubts, do ask me all of your doubts. I'll try to answer each and every doubt of yours, okay? Okay, see you after 10 minutes. Let me just write it. Yes, let's have some samosa. Hello everyone. Hello kids. Break हो गया, done. Let's start. Shall we? Chalo, give me a voice check. Check if I'm audible or not. Yes, thank you, samosa. Did you have samosa in the break? Hi, Natik. So, let's start, shall we? Let me grab my pen. Okay, so the break is over. Chalo, let's do some work now. We have 50 more questions to go. Let's do it little thick. Done. Okay. Hi, hello everyone, welcome. Okay. Thank you, Hemant. Hi, Ravi Raj. Hi, Pramod Kumar. Next question on your screens. Okay. In the reaction, this reaction, which substance is getting oxidized? Which substance is getting oxidized? Okay. Manganese oxide is getting converted into manganese chloride. Manganese oxide is getting converted into manganese chloride, which means it is undergoing oxidation or reduction. This is undergoing reduction. There is removal of oxygen. Then HCl is getting converted into chlorine, right? HCl, hydrochloric acid, is getting converted into chlorine. This is also getting what? HCl is getting converted into chlorine. There is removal of hydrogen. There is removal of hydrogen. And removal of hydrogen is called oxidation. It is called oxidation. That means, which is getting oxidized? Yes, HCl, correct. B, option is B. Yes, Pramod, what is your doubt? Yes, Netik answered first. Samosa also answered correctly. Sarthak, today is not my birthday, but thank you for the congratulations. Anyways, B, done. So the correct answer is B, because manganese oxide is getting converted into manganese chloride. That means there is removal of oxygen, and removal of oxygen is called reduction. HCl is getting converted into chlorine. There is removal of hydrogen, and removal of hydrogen is called oxidation. So which substance is getting oxidized? HCl is getting oxidized. Yes, B. No, you are just on time. I have just started. Okay. It's not my birthday, beta. It's not my birthday. Next question. Match the column 1 to column 2 and select the correct answer. Carbon plus oxygen. We get carbon dioxide. It is oxidation or it is combination? It is oxidation or it is combination? Let's see. Okay, it can be combination, it can be oxidation, but we see one reaction here. We see one reaction here. D ka answer is S. Yes. This reaction is the oxidation reaction. Alcohol is getting converted into aldehyde. This is oxidation reaction, right? Carbon plus oxygen, it is combination. It is combination. So you see the option A matches Q. Which among the following is A matches Q? This one, right? So no need to do all the hard work. You can just mark A. But since we are explaining everything, next reaction AgBr. This is the photolytic decomposition. This is the photolytic decomposition of silver bromide, right? This is decomposition. That means B ka answer is R. Zinc combines with copper sulfate. We get zinc sulfate plus copper. This is displacement reaction. So C goes for P. C's answer is P. And then we have D. Again, alcohol is getting converted into aldehyde. Okay, whenever you do oxidation, just a tip, alcohol on oxidation gets converted into aldehyde or ketone, And if you further oxidize them, then we get carboxylic acid. Clear? So alcohol, this is very bad handwriting. Hold on a second. Alcohol's oxidation, first may we'll get aldehyde or ketone. And on further oxidation, we get carboxylic acid. Clear? Yes, B, C, D is incorrect. Correct. Option A is the correct answer. Sharma ji, next question. Okay, clear as crystal. Okay, good. Next question. Assertion says precipitation reaction produce insoluble salts, and reason says precipitation reaction is a double decomposition reaction. Precipitation reaction, कीटोन क्या होता है? कीटोन ये होता है कीटोन. This is ketone. This CO group, and to this CO group if you have two alkyl groups, these are alkane minus one hydrogen alkyl groups, they are attached in such way, this is called ketone group. It is a functional group, ketone functional group. Clear? Okay. Saponification क्या होता है? So saponification is basically the reverse of esterification. When you take an ester and treat it with a strong base, you get soap, or you can say sodium salt of carboxylic acid plus alcohol. Okay, so basically you have an ester in presence of a concentrated base, right? Any base you can take. We get sodium salt of acid, fatty acid or carboxylic acid, sodium salt of carboxylic acid, plus alcohol. This sodium salt means this is soap, formation of soap. This is saponification, and it is the reverse of esterification. A, C, A, let me see. Precipitation reaction from insoluble salt, yes. Precipitate are insoluble salt. The precipitate are insoluble salt. Clear? This is correct. Reason, precipitation reaction is a double displacement reaction. Yes, precipitation reactions are generally double decomposition reaction. Okay, you can say that all the precipitation reaction are double decomposition. Oh no, decomposition nahi, displacement will be the correct answer. Yes, they are not double decomposition, they are double displacement reaction. Clear? So that means assertion is true. So whoever answered C, that is correct. Assertion is true, but reason is false, because precipitation reaction is a type of double displacement reaction, not decomposition. Precipitation reaction is a type of double displacement reaction, not double decomposition reaction. Okay? Yes, Netik, C is the correct answer. Soap and detergent. So Adya, right? See, soap are sodium or potassium salt of fatty acids, right? Sodium or potassium salt of fatty acids of this carboxylic acid. This is soap. And detergents are ammonium or sulfate salt of ammonium or sulfonated salt of fatty acids. Okay. जिया को अच्छा root pressure. I think that is physics 1. So you should ask Aditi ma'am. Speed up. Yes, let's speed it up. Okay. Soaps work in soft water, detergent work in hard water. Okay. The difference is ammonium and sulfonated salt of carboxylic acid. These are sodium and potassium salt of carboxylic acid. They work only in soft water. They work in soft as well as hard water. Clear? Soaps are biodegradable, detergents are non-biodegradable. Clear? The action is same, the cleansing action is same, both work by micelle formation. Resistance is the obstruction to the flow of current. When you are not letting the current flow, that is resistance. Clear? And it could be of anything. For example, you're not studying because you are stuck on your phone, getting distracted by social media apps, that is also a resistance. You need to do the resistance of that. Okay? For example, if you have the मन कर रहा है, it can go and scroll on social media, but you are resisting it. You are putting an obstruction to your scrolling and your social media time. That is resistance. Okay, that is you showing resistance. Okay, Naitik, speed up. Okay, Mayank, beta idhar aake you speed up. Okay, next question. Assertion says photosynthesis is considered an endothermic reaction. Reason says energy gets released in the process of photosynthesis. Aren't these contradictory statements? Photosynthesis is endothermic. Yes, that means it absorbs energy in form of sunlight. Energy gets released in the process of photosynthesis. Is there any energy getting released? No. What photosynthesis is used for? By plants to synthesize their food, right? It is an endothermic reaction, but there is no energy released, right? One statement you are saying endothermic, next you are saying exothermic. That is contradictory. That means this is not, firstly this is not true, right? So assertion is true and the reason is false. So that means the correct answer is C. Yes, Sharma ji answered correctly. Naitik, where is your answer? Flamingo rule. Ma'am, you know physics but not biology. I am very poor in biology. Trust me, I am very poor in biology. I barely survived. Okay? So you should go check Jasmine ma'am's live and her classes. She explained biology really well. Okay? I just saw you an edit. Where did you see me on Instagram? I'm not in there. Yes, ABD is incorrect. Bapre, where did you see me actually? Next question. Electrolysis of water is a decomposition reaction. The mole ratio of hydrogen and oxygen gases liberated during electrolysis of water is. Let me just. Okay. Yes, so when electrolysis of water is done, firstly, when electrolysis of water is done, that means decomposition. Decomposition of water using electricity. What product will we be getting? We will be getting hydrogen gas and oxygen gas. Now tell me which will be at anode and which will be at cathode. Which will be at anode and which will be at cathode. Yes, some are answering D. D कहाँ से? The ratio of hydrogen and oxygen. The ratio of hydrogen and oxygen. Firstly, you will balance it, right? Now this is balanced. Ratio of hydrogen and oxygen in the 2:1 ratio. 2:1 ratio. Clear? Yes. So the correct answer is C. And at cathode पे you will get. At cathode you will get hydrogen and at anode you will get oxygen. You can remember it. Anode have O, it oxygen. Cathode has H, hydrogen. Clear? Cathode has H, hydrogen. Anode has O, oxygen. Clear? Yes. Sharma ji answered correctly. Cathode we will get hydrogen and at anode we will get oxygen. Clear? It is a very important activity. Yes. From your chapter 1. ABD is incorrect. Correct. Next question. Vinegar is commonly used condiment in kitchens and for food preservation. It is a dilute aqueous solution of. Vinegar has which acid? Vinegar is made up of which acid? 2:1. Correct, Sharma ji. Vinegar is made up of which acid? Formic acid? No. Ethanoic acid? Yes. Ethanoic acid is acetic acid. What is the common name of ethanoic acid? Acetic acid. Yes. Vinegar is made up of acetic acid, around 5 to 8%, 5 to 6 or 5 to 8% of acetic acid. That means it has around 5 to 8% acetic acid and rest is water. Out of 100%, 5 to 8% is acetic acid. There is no sulfuric acid in vinegar. There is no tartaric acid. Tamarind have tartaric acid, right? One more place is there where we use tartaric acid. Yes, in baking powder. Baking powder. Baking powder is a mixture of baking soda plus an edible acid. Normally we use tartaric acid. This is baking powder, mixture of mixture of baking soda and tartaric acid. Yes, the correct answer is option number B. B. Okay, you answered first. 5 to 8 only. Yes, 5 to 8%. Hi, BG Gaming. Numerical solve. So, Pramod, for solving numericals, you have on this channel only, Aditi ma'am have given you one trick that is in the video section. Go there and check it out. She have given the tricks to solve the numericals. Okay? Because numericals majorly come from physics section, right? Maths may you do the calculation. Sonu sir videos is there. Go check it out. Baking soda, baking powder. Hi, Garv. Array. Okay. Next question. A. Bhavani, A कहाँ से? Bhavani, the answer is B. Formic acid is not there in vinegar. Vinegar does not have formic acid. It have ethanoic acid, which is acetic acid. A sample of soil is mixed with water and allowed to settle. The clear supernatant solution turns the pH paper yellowish orange. The color is yellowish orange. Which of the following would change the color of this pH paper to greenish blue? You can see the pH paper turned from blue to red, right? Blue to red, and they are asking it to convert it again to blue, greenish blue. So that means it was an acid. Blue to red means acid and red to blue means base. So what will you add? You will add a base. You will add a base. Which among the following is a base? Lemon juice, acid. Which acid? Citric acid, right? Vinegar, acetic acid. Common salt, no acid, neutral salt. Common salt is neutral. It is neutral. This is acid. This is acid. This is neutral. Antacid. What is antacid? Magnesium hydroxide. Magnesium hydroxide is basic. Yes, the correct answer is D. Correct answer is option number D. Hi, Sunita Devi. C. Mayank, how? C. Common salt is neutral. You want to change the color from yellowish orange. The color is yellowish orange to greenish blue. That means red litmus to blue. Red litmus to blue. Yes, the correct answer is option number D. MgOH whole twice. Correct. MgOH whole twice. Next question. Baking powder used to make cakes soft and spongy. Baking powder, we just talked about it, right? Is a mixture of baking soda and a mild acid. Which was the acid, my dear kids? Which was the acid? Yes, the acid was tartaric acid. Clear? The acid was tartaric acid. Rest you can see the options. They are not edible acids. Hydrochloric acid, sulfuric acid, tartaric acid, nitric acid. Sorry, hydrochloric, sulfuric, nitric, they are not edible. They are very toxic, very corrosive acid. Okay? Yes. D. No. D not the correct answer. C. Yes, the correct answer is C. Tartaric acid. Baking powder is a mixture of baking soda, sodium hydrogen carbonate plus tartaric acid. Clear? Yes, C is correct answer. Next question. Hi Rashmi. In which of the following compound OH is the functional group? Firstly, OH functional group shows which, OH is which functional group? OH is alcohol, right? OH is alcohol. So which among these is alcohol? Butanol. Is it an alcohol? Butanol, is it an alcohol? No. Butanol means it is a ketone. Butanoic acid, is it an alcohol? No, it is carboxylic acid. Butanol is aldehyde. Butanol is aldehyde. So if you do not remember the functional group, I'll draw it. It is CHO functional group. Carboxylic acid is COOH functional group. Ketone is this functional group, CO. CO. That means butanol. Butanol represents the OH functional group, which is the alcohol. Which is the alcohol. So yes, aldehyde, butanol. Okay, how is allotropy different from allotropes? Allotropy is a property. Allotropy is the property. Okay. For example, it's like food and hunger, right? If you are hungry, you need food. Something like that. Allotropy is a property. Allotrop, they are compound. They are compounds. Okay. B. हो गया मैम जी, done. ACD not correct. Yes, somebody is repeating. Oh, thank you for the concern. अभी PI है मैंने, don't worry. Next question. Calcium phosphate is present in tooth enamel. Its nature is. We have asked this question so many times because it has been given in multiple sample papers. Okay. Calcium phosphate, it is present in tooth enamel. What is the nature of calcium sulfate? Calcium phosphate. It is basic in nature. Okay, that's why we use basic toothpaste every day to brush our teeth. Okay, because the nature is basic. Okay, as long as our mouth remain in the that basic pH, the enamel will not get corroded. But if the pH goes below that certain pH, which is at 5.5, if the pH goes below 5.5, enamel will start corroding. Enamel will start corroding. So that means yes, the correct answer is basic. Clear? Yes, basic. Ayyo. Okay, A. You are answering A. Okay. Yes, A. Next question. The most abundant metal in earth crust is aluminum. Its chief ore from which it is extracted. Chief ore. Cinnabar is an ore of mercury. Calamine is an ore of zinc. Hematite is an ore of iron. And bauxite is an ore of aluminum. Clear? Yes, the correct answer is D. D. Bauxite. Clear? Okay. Yes, Vibhyanshu. So the correct answer is option number, D, bauxite. Clear? Yes. Okay. Next question. For the rusting of an iron object to occur, the presence of which of the following is essential? What is rust first of all? It is hydrated iron oxide. Hydrated iron oxide, right? You can write it like this only. Hydrated iron oxide. Clear? So what do you need for rusting to happen? What do you need? Air or water? Either one of them or both? Either one of them or both? So yes, when we are talking about rusting, my dear kids, yes, for rusting you need air and moisture. You need air and moisture. So that means both air and water. Not just air, not just water, because if you keep the iron object in air only, it won't get rusted. If you keep it in water only, it won't get rusted. But if you put it somewhere where there is air, in open air, and there is moisture in the air, it will get converted into rust. Yes, it needs both. Yes, Fe2O3.xH2, that is also one formula. Clear? There are multiple formulas of rusting. So do not worry and do not get fixated on only one formula. Yes, Natik, C. Sunita also answered C. Done. Mayank answered C, I believe. Moisture. Yadav answered Rashmi. Moi. Okay, you are pushing her, I believe. Next question. Solder is an alloy with a low melting point, making it ideal for welding electrical wires together. Again, for making these circuits, electrical circuits. Solder is an alloy of which two metals? Solder is an alloy of which two metals? Why not B? B क्या था? Only in water it won't happen. It need oxygen, na? Because the formula of rusting is what? Needs oxygen also. We are doing the oxidation also. So for oxidation needs oxygen. Water has H2O, right? It is providing the .xH2O, but not the oxygen part. So solder is an alloy. Solder is made up of which two metals? It is made up of lead and tin. Lead and tin. Clear? Copper and zinc make brass. Copper and tin make bronze. And if you have iron, nickel, chromium, if these three are there, we will get steel. Stainless steel. Clear? So that means the correct answer is lead and tin. Lead and tin make solder. The alloy solder is made up of lead and tin. Yes. Ma'am, ये समझ नहीं आया. क्या समझ नहीं आया, Mayank? What did you not understand? What did you not understand? Lead and tin. Vikesh Sharma ji, it is an English channel, okay? We teach here only in English medium. Okay, so what did you not understand, Mayank? Chemistry necessary for, yes, for engineering you need the chemistry. At least till 12th standard you need it. Yes, for JEE exam you need it. Next question. Metals are refined by using different methods. Which of the following metals are refined by electrolytic refining? We did it, right? Electrolytic refining. Anode, cathode. Anode is made up of impure metal. Anode is made up of impure metal. Cathode was made up of pure metal. The electrolyte, that is the solution in which both of these rods were immersed. That was electrolyte. Soluble salt solution. Soluble salt solution. Clear? From the anode, the impure metal will get dissolved in the salt solution, and from the salt solution an equivalent amount of pure metal will get deposited on the pure metal rod. On the pure metal rod. Clear? So which among these is used, which of the following metals is refined by electrolytic refining? Do you refine sodium and potassium? They are refined by, they are extracted by electrolytic reduction. That is a different process. Electrolytic reduction. You take the chlorides of these. You take the chlorides of these and then you do electrolytic reduction. Clear? Yes. So 1 and 2, 3 and 4. No. D is not the correct answer. Yep, the correct answer is A. D is not the correct answer because sodium and potassium, they are purified or refined using the electrolytic reduction. They are obtained from the electrolytic reduction process, not electrolytic refining. See the difference in names. Electrolytic reduction, that it happens of the molten chlorides of sodium and potassium. The molten chlorides, okay? Molten chlorides. Kids don't do that. What are you doing here? It is not. Sharma ji, what is your doubt? Refining is, yes, refining is different, and the other process is reduction. For sodium, potassium, calcium, we use reduction, electrolytic reduction. Yes. I hope Sharma ji your doubt is clear. D is correct because they are high reactive. Yes, they are reactive. Correct, Sharma ji, they are reactive. But the process is electrolytic refining, not electrolytic reduction. Reduction is done of chlorides. Reduction is done of chlorides. Clear? And refining is done to purify, refine the pure metal, refine the impure metal. Okay, you are given the impure metal. That means there are no other compound there, only the metal along with some dust, impurities, some soluble, insoluble impurities. Okay, not chlorides. No chlorides. Clear? शब्द ने पूरा हालत बदल दिया. Copper is there. Okay, good. Next question. Generally, metals react with acids to give salt and hydrogen gas. Okay, when metal and acid reacts, we get salt and hydrogen gas. Which of the following acid does not give hydrogen gas on reacting with metals? The exceptions is there, manganese and magnesium. Except with these metals, the acid will give hydrogen gas, but with all the other metals, the acid will not give hydrogen gas. Sulfuric acid, hydrochloric acid or nitric acid? हाँ, तो everyone like the session, okay? I'm seeing who is liking or not. Yes, the option is, the correct answer is option number C. Yes. Why? Because sulfuric acid and hydrochloric acid both evolve hydrogen gas when treated with metal. Both will give hydrogen gas. Okay. What kind of sound does it make? Pop sound. It makes this pop sound. While nitric acid is the only one which do not give hydrogen gas when treated with metals, except manganese and magnesium. Why? Because these two are highly reactive. As these metals are highly reactive, they can evolve hydrogen gas. Only these can evolve. Rest cases may, what will happen? Hydrogen gas, as HNO3 is a strong oxidizing agent. Strong oxidizing agent. Clear? As nitric acid is a strong oxidizing agent, it oxidizes hydrogen to water. No hydrogen gas is evolved. Okay? Yes. Netik, correct answer. Nitric acid. ABD is incorrect. Yes. Strong oxidizing agent. Wow, you come here not to study but share your Instagram IDs. That is so good. Next question. Pentane has the molecular formula C5H12. It has how many covalent bonds? So everybody who answered C, that was correct. Pentane has the molecular formula C5H12. It has how many covalent bonds? Count karna, if you want to count it, we can count it. 3, 4, 5. Clear? Now count the number of covalent bond. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So there are 16 covalent bonds. Calculate. Did you guys calculate it? Array. Yes, not 12, not 17. They're not 17. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 16. 3, 4, 5, 16, right? Calculate again. Yes, 16 covalent bonds, not 17. Just calculate it here only. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Not 17, no, 17 is not possible, it is 16. It is right in front of you, C5H12. There are 5 carbon and 5, 10, 11, 12 hydrogens. Okay. Yes, Sunita, live classes hai maths ka. Do not worry. Next question. Which of the following are not ionic compounds? Ionic compounds. Which of the following is not ionic compounds? Tushar, voice is coming just fine, bacha. Do you have any problem with the voice? Let me see. Yeah, voice is coming just fine. You're just making excuses at this point. Do not do that. Yes, 16. Which of the following is not ionic compound? We have KCl. Is it an ionic compound? Yes, it is consist of ions K positive and Cl negative. K positive and Cl negative. It is a salt. HCl, H positive and no, HCl is not H positive, Cl negative. Clear? Ionic compound means it has ionic bond, right? Not ionic compound means not ionic bond, okay? Anything else, covalent, coordinate, whatever it is there, okay? HCl has covalent bond. HCl has covalent bond. Okay, it is a polar covalent compound. Polar means there is an electronegativity difference between the hydrogen and chlorine, due to which there is slight positive charge on the hydrogen and slight negative charge on the chlorine. But still the bond formed is covalent. That is, the bond is formed by sharing of electrons, not transfer of electrons. Clear? CCl4 is also a covalent compound. Why? Because carbon only forms covalent bond. It does not form ionic bond. So the bond is covalent. NaCl, KCl both are ionic compounds. Both are ionic compounds. That is neutral salts. Clear? So that means 2 and 3. 2 and 3, they are not ionic compounds. They are not ionic compounds. The answer is option number B. Yes, the answer is option number B. Yes, you are right, Samosa. I have to go now for eating. Arey, your ma'am is still standing here. Okay. अच्छा समोसा गया. Yes, next question. In the soap missile formation we have talked about, right? The ionic end of the soap, let me just draw the missile first. We have oil or dirt. Around it we have this is missile actually. This is missile. Clear? The ionic end of the soap is on the surface of the cluster while the carbon chain is in the interior of the cluster. That is true. Ionic end of the soap is in the interior of the cluster, carbon chain is out of the cluster. This is the carbon chain. This tail is the carbon chain and this head is the ionic part. This head is the ionic part. Clear? Sharma ji, correct. Samosa gaya. Okay, bye. Don't go, bro. Hold on a second. A, B, A, 68 ka answer is A. Both ionic end and carbon chain are in the interior of the cluster. No, they are not. Ionic end and carbon chain exterior. No, they are not. One is in the exterior, which is carbon chain is in the interior. Carbon chain is in the interior and the ionic end is on the outer surface. Clear? So that means the correct answer is option number A. Yes, Naveen, correct. Next question. Which of the following represent the saponification reaction, right? What is saponification? So saponification, you have an ester. If you treat it with a strong base, you get a sodium salt of carboxylic acid. If we are using sodium hydroxide, if we are using sodium hydroxide, then we will get a sodium salt of carboxylic acid. Plus alcohol. Plus alcohol. So among these, where is an ester? This is an ester, right? This is not an ester, this is not an ester, this is acid, acid. So when an ester is treated with a base, we get sodium salt of carboxylic acid and an alcohol. That means the correct answer is D. Correct. Yes. Yes. Yes, Naveen, correct answer. Option A, option number D. 2026 board, toughest. I am just scared. Don't be scared, first of all. And second, now that you are getting 2 boards, so focus on your first board. Trust me, it will be moderate to difficult level. It will be moderate most probably. Won't be easy, obviously, because the questions are different this time. We have competency-based questions. But as long as you have the subject understanding, you do not need to worry at all. Okay? So yeah, it will be from moderate to difficult level. Not the easy, I would say, but yes, because the question will be different. They will not be asking straightforward question this time. Please make me understand about water of crystallization. So do not worry, just work hard and do your part. Rest, leave it on God. Okay. Would you please? So water of crystallization, actually, they're actually in the structure. Water of crystallization, they exist in the structure of the compound. Okay, so if you have, let's say, copper sulfate, right? Copper sulfate has around 5 water of crystallization. Due to these 5 water of crystallization, it has blue color. It has blue color. But if you heat it, these 5 water molecules will be lost. If you heat it, these 5 water molecules will be lost, and copper sulfate is white in color, actually grayish or whitish, you can call it. The color was due to the water, due to these water. So these water of crystallization, actually, they are present in the structural arrangement. They are in the structural arrangement, not inside the molecule, because if they were inside, you would have been counted it at 4. Instead of 4 oxygen, you would have been counted 9 oxygen. CuSO9 something, okay? CuSO9H10. So that means they are not in the molecule, they are just in the structure of the molecule. They are around the structural arrangement, okay? Yes. Yes, colorless. Array status warrior, you have such a good name, but so negative spirit. Do not do that. खुद ही हार मान जाओगे वाह. Next question, in which of the following situation a chemical reaction does not occur? No chemical reaction is happening. Milk is left open at room temperature during summer. When you leave milk open, so what will happen? Yes, when milk is left open during summer, it gets bad, right? It gets rancid. Oxidation of milk happen, right? Rancidity. Clear? So that means there is a chemical reaction. What chemical reaction? Oxidation happens, and due to that milk go bad. Okay? Okay. Yes, grapes getting fermented, wine. We get wine when grapes fermentation happen, we get wine. And we get beer from the fermentation of which? Millets. Jaw, right? An iron nail is left exposed to humid atmosphere, rusting will happen. What will happen? Rusting will happen. These all are chemical reactions. Why? Because you are getting a new compound, a different compound having different chemical properties than the reactant. Clear? But when reactions are getting melted, yes, ma'am, if my NCERT all the questions are completed, then what extra I can practice? So Naveen, that is very good if you have practiced all the NCERT questions. For the extra questions, do the 5-year sample paper, last 5-year sample paper, and the last 10 years PYQs. That is more than enough. You do not need to practice any more. Okay, anything else you do not need to practice. So focus on the sample paper of the last 5 years and the 10-year PYQs. That is all. Okay. Yes, when melting of glaciers is happening, there is no chemical reaction. Okay. Solid, ice, water, liquid, right? Clear? Next reaction. Next question, sorry. In order to prepare dry hydrogen chloride gas in humid atmosphere, the gas produced is passed through a guard tube, which contains, so you have this tube, that is your guard tube. It looks something like this. Here you fill a compound actually. What do you fill actually? You fill a drying agent. The purpose of this drying agent is to trap the moisture. To trap the moisture, to not let the moisture come inside the tube. Okay. Ma'am, I made irritated by skin. No, Adya, you can ask your doubt as much as you want. Okay, answer this question. Drying agent we put. Any doubt you have, ask me, no worries. And if you want to know my name, go in the, it is written there actually. It's in the description. A calcium chloride, yes. Calcium oxide, calcium hydroxide, calcium carbonate, calcium chloride. So we want dry hydrogen chloride gas. So we will add a substance, a drying agent, such that it will not react with the HCl, right? Because if it reacts with HCl, we will get a salt. We will get a salt like calcium chloride or something, right? That is one interpretation. Because we are looking for, what do we want? We want dry hydrogen chloride gas, okay? So a drying agent should be such that it would not react with the hydrogen chloride gas, HCl gas, okay? So calcium oxide, it is basic, right? It is basic in nature, it will react with the HCl. Calcium hydroxide is a base, it will react with the HCl. Calcium carbonate is also basic in nature, thus it will react with the HCl. Only calcium chloride, which is a neutral salt, it will not react with the HCl, okay? And thus we will get dry hydrogen chloride gas. Thus we will not get dry hydrogen chloride gas. Some of you answered C. The correct answer is A. Diagram as in ray diagram class you are asking, status warrior. Hi Chico, you're a nice username. Neutral, yes. That's why we use calcium chloride when we are preparing dry hydrogen chloride gas. The drying agent or the substance that we put in the guard tube is calcium chloride. Wax burning continuously only in the presence of air. Firstly, it is a chemical reaction, right? And what is happening? Wax is getting converted into carbon dioxide plus water. Carbon dioxide plus water, plus you are getting heat or light. Heat and light. Okay, this is kind of a combustion reaction. It is a combustion reaction. Clear? Oh, you joined from a different account. One video that cover all the activity of NCERT. Okay. I'll try to make one video in which I'll cover all the activities of NCERT. Means in मैं किसी भी channel पर. Okay. Next question. Select the appropriate state symbols for the products given as X and Y. X and Y. This is X and this is Y. You need to give the state symbol, which is correct. So when zinc is reacting with sulfuric acid, which is liquid, zinc is solid, what product we are getting? Zinc sulfate will be in what state and hydrogen will be in what state? We know hydrogen will be in gaseous state. Hydrogen will be in gaseous state. So Y is gas. So only one option is there. And your zinc sulfate will be an aqueous salt. This will be an aqueous salt. Clear? This will be an aqueous salt. Okay, so that means X is aqueous and Y is gaseous. Okay, these are the physical state. Physical state mentioning is very important. Why? Because this give much more information about the chemical reaction that is happening. Will be in aqueous solution and hydrogen gas will be in gaseous phase. Yes, correct. C. Yes. Hi Sneha. Okay, C. So the correct answer is option number C. Next question. Aluminum is used for making cooking utensil. Which of the following properties of aluminum are responsible for the same? So whenever you were making a cooking utensil mean you're doing cooking in there. So one thing should be, it should not melt. It should not melt at higher temperatures, right? It should have a high melting point, right? Only then will you be able to cook your food at really high temperature, because we need to cook our food at high temperature. Only then we'll get rid of the rawness, right? Second property is the material should be good conductor of heat, right? So that some of our fuel will be saved, right? If it is a good conductor of heat, only little heat you will give and it will conduct it, right? It will conduct the heat evenly. But if it is a bad conductor, so you will burn it up to a very high temperature, but it will not get heated because it is not conducting heat at all, right? So that means two requirements are there whenever we are talking about a cooking utensil. Firstly, it should have a high melting point so that it does not get melted when we are cooking at a very high temperature. Second, it should be a good conductor of heat so that not much fuel get wasted. Clear? Yes, Sunita answered. Hello Arun. Okay. So good thermal conductivity and high melting point. The correct answer is option number D. So yes, everyone answered D. Fear in my pre-board was 3 questions, 3 marks, but I didn't. Okay, so status warrior, do one thing. For the name reactions, I believe I have taken one live which had all the chemical reactions, all the important chemical reactions and equations. It had all the colors whichever is required. There were around 40 reactions that were all combination of all the reactions from chapter 1 to chapter 4. Go watch that live, and in that you have all the colors, also all the important reactions. You do not need to worry about any more reactions. Okay, 90 to 95% reactions are covered there. Okay, koi 1-2% reactions are there jo maybe examiner will ask differently, but they will be given in options, so do not worry much. Okay, so go watch that. Bapre. Chemists can't teach chemistry because they study they are pharmacists actually. First of all, they study pharmacy, not chemistry. Okay, as a chemist, if you want to be a chemistry teacher, you need to study chemistry as in graduation, post graduation, and maybe do PhD, right? But if you want to become a chemist, you do pharmacy. They are dealing with the drugs and medicines. In chemistry, you talk about drugs, medicine, their implications, their applications, the way you use them. Okay, what are the consequences, what are the bad effects and everything. You study everything. Okay, not just the drugs. Drug is just a part of chemistry, right? And if anyone is studying that part, that is pharmacist, and we are pharmacist and chemistry is different. Okay, chemist is also different. We call them chemist, but scientists are called chemist. Firstly, the definition is wrong. Okay, why? Next question. Sodium hydrogen carbonate, when added to acetic acid, evolves a gas. Which gas it evolves? Firstly, sodium hydrogen carbonate, when treated with acetic acid, what do we get? Plus H2O, sodium ethanoate and carbon dioxide gas. Clear? Sodium ethanoate, water plus carbon dioxide gas. I have one question. Balancing chemical equation gives CO2. Yes, so if you want me to balance it, I can balance it. C6H12O6 plus oxygen. We get around 6 CO2 plus H2O. How many H2O we get? 6 H2O. Oxygen is not balanced. 6 and 2 8. We have 6 and 2. So if we do 6 here, 18 and 6. 12 and 6, right? So C6H12O6 plus 6O2 gives 6 CO2 and 6 H2O. That is the balanced reaction. 12, 12, done. पढ़ाई कर तो रहा हूँ, बाप रे. So tell me the answer. Where is the answer? I am looking for the answer. बाप रे. पढ़ लो guys, पढ़ लो बच्चों. This is the peak time. Do not waste your time. Okay? Do not waste it. Okay, so sodium hydrogen carbonate, when added to acetic acid, it evolves a gas. The gas is carbon dioxide. The gas is carbon dioxide. And the famous quality of this gas is it turns lime water milky. Calcium hydroxide, it converts it into calcium carbonate. Calcium carbonate, which is milky, right? It turns lime water milky. It extinguishes a burning splinter. Yes, it is a fire extinguisher. It is a fire extinguisher, correct. It dissolves in solution of sodium hydroxide. Yes, if you dissolve it in a solution of sodium hydroxide, what do we get? We get sodium carbonate. We get sodium carbonate, that is a salt plus water. So it does get dissolved in a solution of sodium hydroxide. It has a pungent odor. So carbon dioxide does not have a pungent odor. So the answer is not A, the answer is B. 1, 2 and 3. The answer is B. First, second and third statement is correct. Okay. So the correct answer is B. A. Hold on a second. Which type of metal form just by heating their oxide in air? You can heat zinc oxide in air. Heating their oxide in air. Oh, just by heating their oxide in air. That are the metals mercury, copper, you know. If you go down the reactivity series, the metals that are less reactive, you can just heat their oxide and you will get the pure metal. Okay. Salt. Let me see your questions. Color on losing water. There are multiple actually. Iron sulfate is one salt. Iron sulfate is also a salt that loses color, the pale green color, due to the if you heat it, right? Similarly, copper sulfate dot pentahydrate, which is also called blue vitriol. It also loses color. It also loses color by when you heat it, because it loses the 5 water of crystallization. Yes, good Divyanshu. Hold on a second. Arey baapre. The correct answer is B. Next question. Common salt, besides being used in the kitchen, can also be used as the raw material for making. Firstly, this is common salt, right? We can make what from common salt? Washing soda. Can we make washing soda from common salt? Yes, we can. What is the process? The process is called solvay process. The process is called solvay process. Bleaching powder. What is bleaching powder? CaOCl2. This is bleaching powder. No, we cannot synthesize bleaching powder from common salt. See, one thing is there. You can argue that yes, ma'am, common salt, when we do electrolysis of brine, right, we get caustic soda, sodium hydroxide, and chlorine gas is evolved, and that chlorine gas can be used to make bleaching powder. But we are asked about common salt, where we use common salt as a raw material. So we use common salt as a raw material for synthesizing washing soda. But before synthesizing washing soda, we get baking soda. What is baking soda? Sodium bicarbonate. That is baking soda. Okay. From the baking soda, we get washing soda. This is not washing soda. This is washing soda. Dot 10H2. Slaked lime is calcium hydroxide. Slaked lime is calcium hydroxide. Again, we cannot synthesize calcium hydroxide from common salt. Okay. So that means the correct answer is option. This is correct and this is correct. So correct answer is option number C, 1 and 3. Yes. Not B. The correct answer is yes, C. Clear? Naveen, the correct answer is not B because you cannot synthesize bleaching powder from common salt, okay? But using the Solvay process, that is NaCl, we take a brine, aqueous solution of sodium chloride, and we add ammonia to it and pass carbon dioxide gas. So what do we get? We get sodium bicarbonate, okay, which is baking soda plus NH4Cl. Now if we heat baking soda, heat it, then we get Na2CO3, clear? And if we add 10 water of crystallization to sodium carbonate, we get washing soda. This is washing soda. I hope it is clear. Thus it serves, common salt serves as a raw material for the synthesis of washing soda and baking soda. I hope now you understand, Naveen. Yes, it is. Suggest, okay, suggestion though. I'm listening. What suggestion you have? While cooking, if the bottom of the vessel is getting blackened on the outside, it means that if the vessel is getting blackened on the outside, that means the fuel is not burning completely, right? Food is cooking inside. Outside, say if the vessel is getting black, that means what is happening? The fuel is not burning completely, okay? We have saturated and unsaturated compound. Saturated compound generally burn with a clean blue flame, while unsaturated compound generally, the word is generally, they generally burn with a yellow sooty flame. When we are cooking, what fuel we use? We use saturated fuel. Okay? Now if you burn saturated fuel, it burns with a blue flame, clean blue flame. There is no blackness, no sootiness, okay? But if it is not burning properly, that is the oxygen supply is not sufficient, okay? Supposedly if you are using a gas cylinder, a gas cylinder actually, so the holes are blocked in your gas cylinder, the holes are blocked, okay, on the gas station. So due to that, the fuel is not burning properly. If the fuel is not burning completely or properly, it will give black sooty flame, okay? It will give the black sooty flame, you can say yellow sooty flame, okay? And the vessel will get blackened from the outside. Vessel will get blackened from the outside. Yes, the correct answer is B, not C. Fuel is not burning completely. The fuel is wet. Oh, option A. That is not something. Fuel won't burn if it is wet, first of all. If fuel is burning completely, it will burn with a blue clean flame. Blue clean flame. Right? The food is not cooked completely. That is the inside matter, not the outside one. Yellow shooty flame. Shoddy. That's shooty is sooty. This is sooty. Clear? Do not write the wrong spelling, please. Lack of oxygen. Yes, so some of you answered C. Sanjeev, C is not the Sanjeevani. That is not the correct answer. Yes, Sanjeevani, correct. B is the correct answer. Okay. Next question. Assertion says third member of alkane is propane, and the general formula of propane is CnH2n. So it come from the general formula CnH2n. So firstly, let's start with the alkane series. The first member of the alkane series is methane, which is CH4. Second member is ethane, which is C2H6. And third member is propane, which is C3H8. C3H8. Clear? Now the general formula of alkane. What is the general formula of alkane? It is CnH2n plus 2. It is the general formula of alkane. CnH2n plus 2. Yes. So that means the assertion is true but the reason is false, because this is not the general formula of alkane. Whose general formula is this? This is the general formula of alkene. This is the general formula of alkene, not alkane. Clear? So the correct answer is C. Assertion is true and reason is false. Correct. C, C, C. Yes. CnH2n plus 2. Correct. Naveen, Mayank, Sanjeevani. Naveen, Mayank, Sanjeevani, Bhavani. Okay, done. Correct. Divyanshu also answered correctly. Good. Next question. The following reaction is used for the preparation of oxygen gas in the laboratory. Is it visible? It is 2KClO3 solid. If you heat it in presence of a catalyst, plus 3O2 gas. Which of the following statements are correct about the reaction? Firstly, it is a decomposition reaction and endothermic in nature. See, heat, we are providing heat. That means it is endothermic. That means it is endothermic. It is combination reaction. No, it is not combination. Not combination. It is decomposition. One reactant is getting broken down into two or more products. That is decomposition reaction. Decomposition accompanied by release of heat. There is no release of heat, as here it is written clearly that heat is getting absorbed. Heat is getting absorbed. It is a photochemical decomposition and exothermic in nature. Again, it is not photochemical. You are providing the heat. You are the one providing the heat. Clear? So the correct answer is A. Yes. Rashmi, Sanjeevani, done. It is endothermic. Yes, it is endothermic. It is thermal decomposition. What is it? It is thermal decomposition. The correct answer is option number A. Correct. Catalyst can be anything. What is catalyst? First of all, catalyst is a substance that take part in the reaction but do not get consumed in the reaction, okay? It is there only to increase the rate of the reaction, okay? It does not get consumed in the reaction and we get catalyst by the end of the reaction, okay? It is a substance that does not get consumed in the reaction. It helps to increase the rate of the reaction. Clear? Yes. Next question. Which of the following salts does not contain water of crystallization? Does not contain water of crystallization. Yes, Divyanshu, this reaction was in the syllabus. Which of these salts does not contain water of crystallization? Let's start with blue vitriol. Blue vitriol is copper sulfate dot 5H2O. Baking soda is NaHCO3. Washing soda is Na2CO3 sodium carbonate dot 10H2O. That means it has 10 water of crystallization. Gypsum is calcium sulfate dot 2H2O. It has 2 water of crystallization. Clear? Which among these does not have water of crystallization? Baking soda, right? Baking soda. Correct. B is the correct answer. So yes, correct answer is B. Good. Next question. 10 ml of solution of NaOH is found to be completely neutralized by 8 ml of a given solution of HCl, right? If we take 20 ml of the same solution of sodium hydroxide, and the amount of HCl solution required to neutralize it will be. So C. Yes, correct answer was B. For this question, answer it. So if we have 10 ml sodium hydroxide, for that how much acid we need? We need 8 ml of hydrochloric acid. We need 8 ml of hydrochloric acid. Clear? Okay. Now if we double the amount, if we have 20 ml of sodium hydroxide, how much HCl is required? How much HCl is required? So you will double the amount of HCl. Simple. You will double the amount of HCl. That will be 8 times 2, which is 16 ml. As the amount of NaOH is doubled, so will be the amount of HCl. so will be the amount of HCl. Okay, hence the correct answer is option number D. Yes, you are answering it correctly. The correct answer is option number D. C. Naveen, how C? Yes, so if we are doubling the amount of sodium hydroxide, the amount of HCl will also get doubled. Yes, the correct answer is next question. Which one of the following can be used as an acid-base indicator by a visually impaired student? Visually impaired student. Okay, somebody you cannot see. Okay, so which one of the following can be used as an acid-base indicator? If they cannot see, so that means they cannot see the change in color. They cannot see the change in color, or litmus and turmeric. Litmus and turmeric both show change in color, right? Blue litmus gets turned into red if it is a base, if it is an acid, and if it is a base, red litmus will get converted into blue litmus. Sorry, red litmus will get converted into blue. So yes, they will use olfactory indicator. They will use olfactory indicators. Basically, the indicators that changes smell when treated with acid or base. Those indicators changes smell when treated with acid or base. So that means this is vanilla essence. The answer is vanilla essence. If a visually impaired student wants to use an acid-base indicator, they will use vanilla essence. Because smell will come and they can detect it. Yes, they can detect it. Correct, Naveen. Yes, so 81 answer is C. Correct, Divyanshu. Next question. Assertion says plaster of Paris is obtained on heating gypsum at 373 Kelvin. Reason is on heating gypsum at 373 Kelvin, it loses water molecules. So firstly, let's do the reaction. This is gypsum. This is gypsum. And if you heat gypsum at around 100 degrees Celsius, which is 373 Kelvin, what will happen? We will get plaster of Paris, which is calcium sulfate dot half H2O plus 1.5 H2O. Clear? So if you heat it, it is losing some water molecules and we are getting plaster of Paris. So assertion says plaster of Paris is obtained on heating gypsum at 373 Kelvin. Why? Because on heating gypsum at 373 Kelvin or 100 degrees Celsius, it will lose water molecules. It will lose water molecules. It is not CaCO3, Divyanshu. It is CaSO4. Not calcium carbonate. It is calcium sulfate. Dekho, one more thing is there. If you heat gypsum at temperature more than 100 degrees Celsius or at temperature greater than 373 Kelvin, if you heat it above 100 degrees Celsius, what will happen? Gypsum will lose all its water molecule and it gets converted into CaSO4, which is dead, burnt plaster. So that means the correct answer is option number A. Correct answer is option number A. So Adya, chlorine atoms attend a stable configuration because chlorine has an electronic configuration 287. That means chlorine needs only one electron to complete its octet. And how do they complete their octet? By sharing electrons. They cannot transfer transfer these 7 electrons, okay, and complete their octet. They need one more electron. So one possibility is there if they gain electron from other, if they gain one electron, but that is not happening, okay. So what happens? They share this one electron readily with the other chlorine molecule and thus complete their octet. Any doubt you have, you can ask. We are almost done. क्या रिपीट करना है? What do you want me to repeat? So you do not have any doubt, I see. Let's start. Next question. Non-metallic oxides. Non-metallic oxides are acidic in nature, and reason says non-metallic oxides react with base to form salt and water, just like an acid reacts with base. They are acidic in nature. Why? Because they form salt. Life depends, Divyanshu. Let me give you a philosophical answer. Life depends on the way you live. It does not depend what we are made up of, because everyone is made up of the same stuff. Atoms, electrons, protons, neutrons, right? Atom is the building unit. But life depends, yes. The way you are given a life to live, right? So live it in a way that you are proud of yourself. Yeah. I'm not crying. Okay, I was not crying. Hello, Tanmay. Yeah, samosa is actually very right. Yes, yeah, it does depend on money. So earn a lot of money, you know. Yes, I like your answer. कहाँ है? A. How A? Okay, so non-metallic oxide, they are acidic in nature. We know that. Why we know that? Because when you have a non-metallic oxide, let's say, किसका लेना है? कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड से शुरू करते हैं. Okay, so this is a non-metallic oxide, right? This is a non-metallic oxide. This is acidic in nature because when you treat a non-metallic oxide with water, we get an acid. We get an acid. Clear? We get an acid. And because of that, they are acidic in nature. Reason says non-metallic oxides react with bases to form salt and water. Yes, that is true. Non-metallic oxide do react with bases, for example sodium hydroxide, and we get salt and water. Salt and water. But that is not the reason they are acidic. Clear? They are acidic because they, when you combine a non-metallic oxide with water, when you treat it with water, you get an acid. So yes, the correct answer is B. Option number B. Sanjeevani answered correctly and they've been spamming. Yes. You did not understand the question. Arey wah. Wow, nice poem, huh? Itna effort put in your studies, you know. You will get somewhere. Okay, B, cut, done. Somebody's answering. Again, Naveen, how A? Yes, I know both assertion and reasoning are correct, but the reason you called a non-metallic oxide acidic is because it forms an acid when dissolved in water. Okay? Only because of that reason they are called acidic. Not because they react with bases and form salt and water. Is that clear? Yes, please don't spam. Why are you behaving like that? Have some manners, it's a class. Let me inform someone. I will block you, I guess. What are the name? कौन था यादव? Hi Janvi Gupta. Do not spam, you will be removed. Next question. Active metals react with acids to liberate hydrogen gas. That is one assertion. Active metals react with acids to liberate hydrogen gas. It is an example of displacement reaction. So firstly, this is an active metal. Active means reactive metal we are talking about, right? You are not the spammer, Sanjeevani. I am talking about the people who are sharing their Instagram and social media IDs. I am talking about those people. Giving answer is not spamming. Yeah, it is an example of okay. So when active metals, which are your reactive metals, they react with acid, they liberate hydrogen gas. When you treat them with acid, salt plus hydrogen gas is evolved, right? Reason is, it is an example of displacement reaction. What is happening? A more reactive element displaces a less reactive element from its compound. Isn't this displacement reaction? Isn't this displacement reaction? Clear? Yes. Correct. See? Wow, how see? So it is an example of displacement reaction. Yes. Both assertion and reasoning are true, and reason is the correct explanation of the assertion. Hello, Sonu. Done. A, not C. Why not C? Because both are correct. Because reason is also correct. It is an example of displacement. This is displacement, right? A more reactive element displaces a less reactive element from its compound. A more reactive element displaces a less reactive element from its compound. We know between sodium and hydrogen, sodium is more reactive, thus it can displace hydrogen from its compound. As sodium is more reactive, it can displace hydrogen from its compound. Clear? Next question. Which one of the following metals do not react with cold as well as hot water? Cold as well as hot water. Yadav 18, stop spamming. Please stop spamming. Answer the question. Why are you? So which of the following metals do not react with water, cold as well as hot water? Okay. So cold water, which react with cold water. Reactive metals, sodium, potassium, calcium, these all react with cold water. Then we have hot water. Aluminum? No. We have magnesium. We have magnesium that reacts with hot water. Then iron is there. Iron does not react with hot water. It reacts with water, steam, right? Steam. Yes, it reacts with water vapors. So the correct answer is option number D. Yes, correct. Okay, D. Done. So everyone is answering correctly. Good. Next question. Which one of the following properties is not generally exhibited by ionic compounds? They do not show this property. Do not show this property. Always read your question twice. Okay? Yes, it is reactive with steam, not hot water. It reacts with water vapors. It reacts with water vapors. Which of the following properties is not exhibited by ionic compounds? B. Okay. Ionic compounds are soluble in water? Correct. Electrical conductivity in solid state. Oh, they do not conduct electricity in solid state. They conduct electricity in molten state or aqueous solution. In molten state or aqueous solution. Clear? So this is the correct answer. High melting boiling point. Yes, ionic compound have high melting boiling point and they show electrical conductivity in molten state. Either you melt them, they will conduct electricity, or you make an aqueous solution of them, they will conduct electricity. easy hai. Okay, very easy. You are answering all the answers incorrectly. Last 3 questions I have checked, you have answered incorrectly. Next question. Silver particles become black on prolonged exposure to air. This is due to the formation of. What happens to silver? Because of that, it converts it gets black colored, right? Molten state because of free ions. Correct, Bhavani. Padh lo. Do not. Abhi to we just had a break. Almost done. 100 questions, right? So silver particles, they become black on prolonged exposure to what? Air, right? What do we get? Which is the compound? Yes, silver sulfide, due to the formation of silver sulfide. Ag2s, Ag3s, okay? B. No silver oxide. Silver reacts with the sulfur present. Silver reacts with the sulfur present in the atmosphere and gets converted into silver sulfide. Silver also, if you want, sometimes when we are extracting the ore of silver, it exists in sulfide ores. Silver exists as sulfide ores. Okay. So the correct answer is option C. Correct. Next question. The electronic configuration of the 3 elements X, Y and Z are. So X configuration is 2, 8. 2, 8. Y's configuration is 2, 8, 7. And Z configuration is 2, 8, 2. You need to find out which of the following statement is correct. X is a metal. Metal, can it donate electrons? 2, 8. It has a complete octet. Will it donate any electrons? So firstly, okay, before starting it, metal, they donate electrons. Non-metal, accept electrons. Clear? So when X, it has a complete octet, will it donate or accept? It will do nothing because it has a complete octet. Now next is Y. Y is a metal? No, Y is not a metal because it will not lose any electron. It will gain electron. It will accept the electron. So it is a non-metal. Z. It has 2 electrons in the outermost shell. If it loses the 2 electron, it will have a stable octet. It will have a complete octet. So that's why Y is a non-metal and Z is a metal. This is the correct statement. Y is a non-metal and Z is a metal. Clear? Because it can lose these 2 electrons and will have a stable noble gas configuration, stable octet. Clear? That's why Z is a metal. It will donate electron. While Y would want 1 electron so that it can complete its octet. So it is a non-metal. It will accept electrons. That is the general behavior. The correct answer is option number D. X is a neon, Y is a chlorine, Z is a magnesium. Color. Correct. B, not B. Naveen, the correct answer is D, not B. Because Y is a non-metal. It is not a metal. Y is a non-metal. Next question. Electrical wires have a coating of an insulating material. The material generally used is. Which of these material is used to coat the electrical wires? Electrical wires, any electrical wire. Which material do we coat it with? Yes, we coat it with. Hello, Naman. Yes, we coat it with PVC. Sulfur ki coating, no. Graphite, it is a good conductor of electricity. That's why you do not use it in. For insulating material, you need something that is insulating, right? Yes, PVC. Clear. Done. Correct. Next question. Which among the following alloys contain mercury as one of its constituents? Which alloy has mercury? Which alloy has mercury? Now see, stainless steel is an alloy of iron, chromium and nickel. Clear? Alnico means aluminum, nickel, chromium. No, cobalt. Solder is an alloy of tin and lead. Zinc amalgam, that is zinc and mercury. Whenever there is if any alloy has mercury in it, the word amalgam will be used. The word amalgam will be used if any alloy has mercury in it. Yes, the correct answer is option number D. Rashmi, how? C. Solder is an alloy of tin and lead. We are talking about mercury. Do not confuse. Mercury has a symbol Hg. Mercury has a symbol Hg. So the correct answer is option number D. Clear? Not C. Solder is an alloy of tin and lead. Unsure, answering incorrectly again. Mercury as one of the constituents, that will be D. Yes, that will be D, because solder is an alloy of tin and lead. Do not confuse it. Mercury has a symbol Hg. Yes, correct answer. Next question. If copper is kept in open air, okay, it slowly loses its shining brown surface and gains a green coating. वो green coating is due to the formation of. That green coating is due to the formation of. Again, wrong. No. See, actually what happens, we have copper in presence of air. If we kept it in open air, we get copper oxide, it gets converted into copper oxide, right? This copper oxide on exposure to carbon dioxide, because we have carbon dioxide in atmosphere, on exposure to carbon dioxide, okay, this on exposure to carbon dioxide gets converted into copper carbonate, and this is green in color. This copper carbonate is green in color. Okay, done. Thank you. So the answer is option B. Copper sulfate, no. Copper carbonate, yes. Copper nitrate, no. Copper oxide it get, but copper oxide is not green in color. Copper oxide is not green in color. So the correct answer is copper carbonate. Okay, thank you, Devanshu. Thank you. Next question. Vinegar is a solution of how much acetic acid? How much acetic acid? Yes, the correct answer was B. For this question, when we are talking about vinegar, firstly, vinegar is a solution of acetic acid. Vinegar is a solution of acetic acid. And then how much acetic acid? It is around 5 to 8%. 5% to 8% acetic acid, right? Now, acetic acid solution in water or alcohol, that is the difference. In water or alcohol? In water or alcohol. So, my dear kids, the solution is in water. The solution is in water. Clear? So, the correct answer will be option number C. Option number C. That is 5 to 8% acetic acid in water. That is vinegar. This is what vinegar is. Clear? Next question. Which of the following are unsaturated hydrocarbons? Answer in the chats, okay? Please give your answer in the chat. Next question is, which among the following are unsaturated hydrocarbons? Firstly, what are unsaturated hydrocarbons? They are those hydrocarbons that have double or triple bond. Hydrocarbons that have double or triple bond, that are unsaturated hydrocarbon. What are saturated hydrocarbons? Saturated hydrocarbons means they have only single bond. Saturated hydrocarbons means they have only single bond, no double or triple bond. Okay, so which among the following have double bond and triple bond? This has double bond, right? B has triple bond, right? So that means 2 and 4 are unsaturated hydrocarbons. 2 and 4 are unsaturated hydrocarbons. Clear? So correct answer is 2 and 4. 2 and 4, which is option number C. Which is option number C. Clear? Am I audible to you all? Next question. Okay, I am audible. Next question. Assertion says graphite is slippery to touch. The reason being the various layers of carbon atoms in graphite are held together by weak van der Waals forces. So we do know graphite is slippery. Graphite is slippery. Okay. Clear? Why is it slippery? Because the hexagonal layers, that are lying on top of each other, they have very weak intermolecular forces, and due to the weak van der Waals forces, intermolecular forces, okay, and because of that reason they are very slippery to touch. Clear? So the assertion and reasoning are true, and reason is the correct explanation of assertion. Next question. Carbon forms 4 covalent bonds by sharing its 4 valence electrons with 4 univalent atoms. Clear? Example, hydrogen के साथ it forms bond. After the formation of 4 bonds, carbon attains the electronic configuration of, so carbon has an electronic configuration of 2,4. If it shares 4 electrons with other atoms, other univalent, that means having single valency. Okay, what will happen? It will have an electronic configuration 2,8. Now this electronic configuration is similar to which of the following? Helium, neon, argon, krypton. Which has the similar configuration? Helium, neon, argon or krypton. So yes, the configuration that is most similar, this neon. Neon has electronic configuration of same 2,8. It has electronic configuration 2,8. Clear? So the correct answer is option number B, neon, right? Argon has 18, krypton has like 36, helium 2, right? Next question. The correct structural formula of butanoic acid. Correct structural formula of butanoic acid. Butanoic acid means how many carbon? 4 carbons. But means 4 carbon. And then you complete the valency of other carbon. Simple. This is butanoic acid. 4 carbon. How many carbons? 4 carbons. Clear? So which among the following? This has, yes, it has the butanoic acid. This is what? Carbon has a valency of what? 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is not happening. This is wrong. This is alcohol. This is alcohol. This is also wrong. It is not an acid. This is an acid. But let's see how many carbons? 1, 2, 3, 4. It has also 1, 2, 3, 4. But there is a double bond. There is a double bond. It is not butanoic acid. It is not butanoic acid. Okay. So that means the correct answer is option number D. The correct answer is option number D. Clear? Next question. CHCl3 is obtained from methane by the action of chlorine in presence of sunlight. It is obtained by addition reaction. That is the reason. Assertion says that if you heat methane in presence of chlorine, okay, basically in presence of sunlight, if you add chlorine to methane, if we add chlorine to methane in presence of sunlight, what happens? It replaces one hydrogen it replaces one hydrogen and we get CH3Cl, and we get CH3Cl by the action of chlorine in presence of sunlight. Yes, the reaction is happening in presence of sunlight, right? But do we call this addition reaction? Do we call this addition reaction? This is a saturated compound. This is a saturated compound. And what kind of reactions are undergone by saturated compound? Yes, correct. Unsaturated compound gives substitution reaction. They give substitution reaction, right? This is a substitution reaction. Chlorine came and replaced and substituted one hydrogen from methane. Chlorine came and substituted one hydrogen from methane, and thus we get CH3Cl. Clear? That means assertion is true, but the reasoning is false, because it is not an addition reaction, because addition reactions are shown by unsaturated compounds. They are shown by unsaturated compounds. Clear? So assertion is true and reasoning is false. The correct answer is option number C. Next question. Which of the following gases can be used for storage of fresh sample of an oil for a long time? So if you want to store a fresh sample of oil for a long time, you will store it in which of the following gases? Which of the following gases you will store it in? Correct answer, okay. 98 answer is D. So yes, D, C. Okay, to prevent basically, if you are storing oil, if you are storing an oil, they might undergo rancidity. They might undergo this process called rancidity. Okay, to prevent rancidity, what do we use? We flush them with either nitrogen or helium. So the correct answer is yes, correct, D. The correct answer is D. Okay, clear? Next question. Second last question. Which of the following chemical reaction, the abbreviations represent the correct state of the reactant and product involved at the reaction temperature? So it is just a combination reaction. Okay, it is just a combination reaction. So we can rewrite it. We can rewrite it as hydrogen gas combined with oxygen gas, and we get water molecule. What is water? It is liquid. Just balancing it, this reaction is balanced. So if the options are visible to you all, yes. What is the answer? The correct answer will be gas, both gases इसमें इन दोनों में से. The correct answer will be C, because 2H2 gaseous combines with oxygen gas and we get water which is liquid. Yes, the correct answer is option number C. Good. Last question of the top 100 MCQs. Last question. Are you ready? Yes, Sanjeevani, the correct answer is C. Pavani also answered correctly. Ansh, C, correct. Last question. Assertion reasoning. When iron nail is dipped in copper sulfate solution, the iron nail becomes brownish in color and the blue color of copper solution fade. The equation representing this change is this one. Yes. Okay, so the equation representing this change in what is happening? The reaction is this, right? Copper sulfate reacts with iron and we get iron sulfate plus copper, right? Yes. So this reaction is incorrect. The reason is wrong. The reason is wrong. So assertion is true, but the reason is false. This is your correct answer. Assertion is yes. Munif, how A? This is not the correct reaction. Just check it out. Copper is very less reactive than iron. It cannot displace iron from its compound. Copper cannot displace iron from its compound, and you cannot get this reaction. This won't happen. This reaction won't happen. The reaction that is happening is this one. Copper sulfate reacts with iron. We get iron sulfate and copper. This is the correct reaction. Clear? Yes, the correct answer is option number C, and that was all the top 100 MCQs. If you were able to answer all of them correctly, then bang on, your preparation is going great. All the best for your board exams. And if you have any doubt, I'll wait for 2 minutes for your doubts. And I believe you do not have any doubts, my dear kids. All the best for your preparation. Or should I wait? Goodbye, samosa. Yes. Yes, Mayank, correct answer. Ansh also answered correctly. Done. Bye, everyone. Yes, thank you for the century. Yeah, I did the century. Huh? Bye, samosa. Yes, I will have something now. Okay, bye. Goodbye, take care, and do give it a like and subscribe to the channel. Take care. Bye bye. All the best for your boards.